Honey boo, honey boo, honey boo, honey boo, honey boo, honey boo, honey boo. I said honey boo. Oh, honey boo, honey boo. Hey, honey boo. This is Sister Billie Bertha May Smith, honey, coming to you live, honey, from the back of the Kingdom Hall, boo. We are live streaming right about now, honey. Yeah, honey, boo. So, honey, we are going to talk about Jehovah, boo, and Jehovah Witnesses, honey, and elders, honey, that have terminated their Twitter pages, honey. All because we asked a few questions, boo.
What kind of questions did you ask him? Did you offend him?
No, boo. You're the one who tweeted to him. I ain't did nothing, boo. I'm not in this, honey. Oh, apostate self.
Well, I've just got so much love and information to share and give to people. I just want to share information with people, and spread ideas.
Well, honey, all that's worldly knowledge.
Well, so what? So what if it's worldly knowledge?
So, I done told you about this. We need to Jehovah rise this right about now.
Yeah? You're Jehovah rising it? Okay.
Well, honey, I'll tell you what, boo. I am curious about them. What do you think about elders that run from the truth, boo? Aren't you supposed to be in the truth, honey child? Why are you running from the truth, boo? Why are you running from the truth when you're supposed to be in the truth? Aren't you dipped in it? Didn't you get dunked into the water when you got baptized at the convention or at the assembly bowl? Didn't they dunk you in the thing like a donut? Well, you know how you go to Dunkin' Donuts and then you take your donut down? And it doesn't matter if you got cream or jelly filled donuts or the sprinkle donut, boo. You just dunk that donut in the coffee, right, boo? Did you dunk your donut in the coffee this morning, boo? So, boo, you got baptized in the truth. You got dunked in the truth, boo. So I'm trying to bring you some more truth, honey, and you running away from me, honey child. Why, honey, boo? Beelzebub is running away from me, honey, boo. I don't know why, honey child. Why you running away, boo? You wasn't running before, boo. Come on, boo. Come on, let's talk, boo. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Sister Billie Bertha May Smith, you're a Jehovah's Witness, right?
Yeah, honey, boo. I'm in the congregation, boo. And what? So what, honey, boo?
Yeah, so he can talk to you. I mean, you might not want to talk to this fellowship to apostates, quote unquote.
I don't want him, boo. Don't talk to him, boo. Where is he at, honey? Let me talk to him, honey. I said, let me talk to him, honey, boo. Let me talk to him, I said, let me talk to him, honey, boo.
Well, I don't know. He's doing the ghost act. He's acting like a ghost right about now, Deleted his Twitter page. But if you're listening, if you just so happen to listen in one of these days, you're going to listen in into this live stream. One of these days. Okay, I'm off coffee. But one of these days, if you are listening in, I've got a lot of info to share. I got a lot of stuff, and I think you might want to look at it. I really do. It could be life-changing. Seriously. I'm serious. But hey, if you want to ignore me and ignore the rest of the world, if you want to tell yourself that it's all lies, oh, wait a minute. Now, I can't play this rap. This has a lot of curse words, so I don't want to hear all these curse words. I love Mystical, though. That's Mystical. And that song right there is called Respect My Mind, but he does a lot of cursing in that thing, and I'm going to put this song on here. Sorry about that, people. Yeah, I don't really want to hear a lot of cursing, I'm sure you don't either, right? But right now, I can't see the chat, but we've got 3 viewers, and I appreciate you tuning in and listening in. Thanks for tuning in. And today we are talking about elders, active Jehovah's Witness elders, who know about the Australian Royal Commission, who know about the two-witness rule. Of course they know about the two-witness rule. Shoot, they're elders, right? Come on. Okay. But seriously, elders who are clued in, who have been clued in, okay, for fact, with registered signature confirmation mail. Yes, they have signed for letters and envelopes and packages that include everything. Because I make sure they know. I bring everything to the table, and they get to sign for it, and I have a tracking number to see it. So I know you've been clued in now. So what do you think about elders who know what's up? The Australian Royal Commission, Jeffrey Jackson, Stephanie Fessler case, Irwin Zalkin. I mean, they know everything. WatchtowerDocuments.org. They got it all there. They know it. It's in their face. But that still continue on. Do you feel sorry for them? Do you feel like people who speak out about that are harassing them? Do you feel that these people deserve it? Do you feel that these people are evil? Do you feel that they're good? You know, do you feel they're victims? There's all kinds of ideas about this, and I want to know what you have to say about it. Because social media is crucial. It is pervasive. It is changing the way you and I are living and working.
No, boo. The only thing that can change that is Jehovah, boo. Jehovah is the only one that can change that, boo. Jehovah's not using social media, is he? Is Jehovah using social media, honey child?
I don't know. It's an idea. Well, what do you think? Do you think Jehovah's using social media? I mean, seriously. You know, the power structure before was such that if you were a victim of any kind of abuse, you pretty much had to shut up and remain silent and take it. And then the way Jehovah's Witnesses do it, they don't just cover it up and make you shut up. They turn around and want to brainwash you into thinking that you or the child that was abused was the one that caused it. They want to blame the child. Oh yeah, it's way worse than what you would think. You know, people say, well, yeah, the Catholic Church has child abuse too, or you know, the Mormons or whomever. No, let me clue you in as to the type, because there's different kinds of flavors of cults, and there's different kinds of flavors of abusers. And let me show you the Jehovah flavor. Have you ever tasted that flavor? Because once you see about this flavor right here, I'm going to let you know these folks go to your door. These are the people coming to your front door at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning. These are the same people at the bus stops with their carts. These are the same people out there at the mall, the strip mall, with the little booths and the little pamphlets with their blue ties and their blue scarves, looking like flight attendants or hamburger, fast food attendants, or some kind of weird commercial mishmash of some kind of cultish, weird marketing crap cola. Yeah, those people.
Honey, why are you besmirching Jehovah's name? I'm tired of you talking about Jehovah like that. You talking all that mess. Oh, Jehovah, honey. I'm not, oh, no, honey, I'm not going to have that. I'm upset at that. Let me tell you something, honey. You're going to burn it Armageddon, honey. But you know the end is here. The end is here, honey.
Didn't you mean to say the end is near?
Oh yeah, it's near, honey. It is. It's been there since 1914. Boo. Hand me that beer, honey. Go ahead. Oh, honey, look at this. We got tonight. We are drinking Elysium Dragon Stout. What? Dragon's Tooth Stout.
Yeah, it's got a nice label on it. It's got a Chinese dragon on it. The Elysium Dragon's Tooth Stout. Yeah, it's kind of stout tasting too.
Yeah, honey, we're doing a little bit of, beer and Bible study, honey.
All right. Wow, that is a stout one. Goodness. All right. So today, what we're going to do, we've got 4 listeners. We are live with Sista
Billie Bertha May Smith on the bell.
All right. So what do you want to do?
I want to talk about some pictures, honey, boo.
You want to talk about pictures?
Yeah, boo.
All right. Before we do that, let's see what's up in the chat, in the live chat.
Okay, honey. Let's see, honey, child.
All right. So, because the way I have it set up on the computer, I can't see the live chat, so I have to go in. I have to go into my cell phone to be able to see the live chat. Okay, so it's going to take me a minute.
Hurry up, boo. The end is going to be
Here.
Oh, honey, we got Denise Hedberg. Hey, baby. Honey, boo. We got Cheryl St. Germain, honey. Hey, honey, boo. You are always sending me all these good articles, honey, boo. I love you, honey, boo. And Obed, Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah. Let's do it. Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. Oh.
All right. I don't know. Is this a new way of studying the Bible? Is this a new Bible study style?
Oh, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. Jehovah, 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 Whoa, Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. Yeah, honey. Okay, honey. So, Denise Hedberg in the live chat says, good to see you and Mia here. Hey, Mia, where's Mia T? Hey, Mia T, boo. I don't see you, boo, but hey. And then, oh, honey, Obed V, he says, oh, Jehovah, Sister Smith, I just finished reading that the preaching work does not work. Watchtower 2015 February article. What? I think it's obsolete, honey, boo, because, boo, how many people are you going to reach with two hours going door to door, boo, when you can email 1,000 people in like 3 minutes, boo, with emailhunter.co, boo. I mean, come on, boo, get with the technology, honey, Jehovah 2.0. And then Denise Hedberg, 66, she says, rockin' Sister Smith, honey, boo. And Obed V says, you go, girl, Sister Smith, honey, child. And then Cheryl St. Germain, honey, she says, thank you, Bob Smith, honey, boo. We'll never run out of interesting articles, honey, child. Hey, Bob's daughter, honey, boo. Did Bob send your mama the child support check, boo? Did he send that, boo? Because I'm going to smack him upside his head if he don't send you your mama the child support check, boo. And then, honey. Oh, here's that jealous cat. Hey, baby cat. Say, hey, baby cat. Yeah, he's always going to be meowing every time I get on this live stream and YouTube, boo. This cat is in my face every day, honey, 24/7, like 7-Eleven, honey. So, honey, look at this. I'm going to get these pictures ready, boo. Hold on, cat, now. boo. Oh, this is my jam from way back in the day, boo. Oh, I meant to turn it up, boo. Turn it up, DJ. What kind of DJ are you, honey?
All right, so let's see what we've got. I'm looking at some pictures here for Sister Smith to talk about. I've been backed up. I need an assistant because I've got hours and hours of YouTube videos that just need a little bit of editing, and I mean, I probably have 30 or 40 hours of stuff. So all kinds of good stuff here. So I need to go in here and let's see what we've got.
Well, hurry up, boo. Hurry up, boo. I gotta find it now. Hurry up, boo. I want a child.
Okay, so here we go. All right. Let's see. Give me a few minutes, please. Bear with me. I appreciate your patience. If you're just tuning in, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you tuning in. We are live with Sista Billie Bertha May Smith, and we are talking about elders that delete their Twitter profiles upon receiving all of this stuff with the child abuse, with the Jehovah's Witnesses. A bunch of great vast apostate army soldiers and activists and actionists and awakenists and awoken people of all backgrounds, Jehovah Witness, ex-Jehovah Witness, non-Jehovah Witness, just all out cool people have been linking and connecting together lately. It's been incredible. We've had Guitar, and his friend Bernie Trump. Want to give a shout out to Bernie Trump out there in Guitar. Spreading awareness with Twitter and Periscope. Listen, if you haven't gotten up on your social media engagement and social media and networking marketing know-how skills, you need to head to Barnes & Noble's right now. Well, not right now, but sooner than later, seriously, because it is life-changing. A lot has changed lately. Since the political climate with Donald Trump being on Twitter, more and more people have started coming on Twitter and wanting to use it and using it. And it has changed the way even Twitter is working now. So, a lot of people can find great job leads and career leads through Twitter. I really love Twitter as a research tool with the hashtags. I mean, I will sit for hours and hours and go through a certain book in the back of the index. You got the index. Those are brilliant. They're so easy for keyword ideas, on research when you're researching anything. And I do a lot of research on all kinds of things, so it's great. And these hashtags, you can find all kinds of great things and people and resources and info. But anyway, so.
Shut up with all of that. I want to talk now, boo. I don't want to hear all that Twitter mess. I want to talk about Jehovah. Jehovah. Yeah, honey, boo. Let me talk about Jehovah right about now, boo. Oh, look at that, boo. This is an envelope, boo. Do you know what an envelope is?
Yeah.
Well, honey, this is an envelope right here, boo. And there's somebody what they did, boo. You see, you don't even need people to open the envelope, boo. This is called teaser copy and advertising, boo. And what we do in advertisement, honey, boo, we tease people with the copy on the front of the envelope. So they didn't even got to open it, boo. As long as it's in their hands, their eyes is going to see it, boo. And then the artwork here is created in such a way that it is subconsciously triggering, boo. And what it does, boo, it permanently kind of makes it, more memorable, boo. So we did Google with the two eyes right there. You see that in the middle, boo? So that really sends home the message for the person to Google that right quick for me, boo. Okay, boo? And then as you can see, you can put all kinds of keywords up in there and boldface the important ones over here, boo. And so that's a little idea that we had there, a little creative idea. You see that cart down here in the bottom? On the bottom right here? Yeah, boo, you see that cart? Yeah, let me see. There, boo. You see that little cart right there? Yeah, boo. So, yeah. And then here, boo. Oh, boo. Look at that. This is Brother Billy, boo, honey, boo. And as you can see, honey, this is the brother we went out of field service with, boo. We all went out in field service together. All of us on the internet, boo, on YouTube, boo. We all going out in field service together, honey. We bringing the internet to the door-to-door, boo. Mm-hmm. Why should only the householder have internet, boo, when the Jehovah Witnesses need internet too, boo? So, boo, and then the ex-Jehovah Witness need to be up in it too, boo. Why should only the Jehovah Witness be the only ones to have a monopoly on the door-to-door preacher work, boo? Why do you think you're the only exception, boo? And then you want to tell me you feel harassed, honey, boo? Well, boo, why are you on this no trespassing sign right here? You see your nose is right here on the word no trespassing, boo. Your eyes and your head, your forehead, boo. Look at this, boo. Let me zoom in on this right here, boo. You see this, honey child? Yeah, his forehead is at the top of the sign, and then the tip of his nose is on the word trespassing, and his eye and his glasses are right parallel to the word no. N-O. What part of no don't you understand, honey child? And you still went up in that door. We done got you on cam, honey boo. You done broke the law. And then you want to talk about we harass you, honey. You got some nerve, boo. Don't you think you are harassing the people that got the sign saying no trespassing, boo? Kind of hypocrite are you, honey child? Honey. No, honey boo. What do you think about that, boo? Honey, you just went right up on in there, boo. Look at this fine young man right here. He said,
I signed that petition.
thank you, honey boo. Good morning, honey boo. Thanks for you signing it, honey child. You didn't have to. You did it anyway. Appreciate that, bro, honey boo. Yeah, this is somebody that's not even a Jehovah Witness, boo. And they don't think it's right to do all that with the child abuse. They don't think it's right. Jehovah Witness with your 2-witness rule. Even normal people who don't even know about this and ain't got nothing vested in this don't like that, boo. You're not gonna be very popular in a public perception, boo, because people don't like that kind of people that cover up child abuse, boo. Look at that, honey. What is that, honey boo? And what does that remind you of, honey boo? I said, what does it remind you of, honey boo? Jehovah's marvelous creation, of course, honey.
Yeah, that looks kind of wow. It's a very active looking image.
Yeah, I should say so, honey boo. I should say so, boo.
Well, I guess so.
Well, honey, let's check in the live chat and let's see what they got to say up in the live chat, boo. Okay, let's see. Hey, big boss, honey boo. Let's see who else is up in this live chat. We got Cheryl St. Germain, honey boo. And then I see somebody. Oh, Mia T, honey boo. Mia T says, I'm back, honey child. I got a wicked sore throat and a fever, honey child. I'm going to try to hang in there. Okay, baby. I hope you feel better, honey boo. Jehovah's going to help you feel better, boo. Cheryl St. Germain says in the live chat, hey, Mia, honey boo. Gargle with some strong hot salt water, boo. It draws, honey. I hope it is a strap, honey. Hey, baby, you might want to drink some Jack Daniels straight up on the rocks, boo. It's gonna kill any kind of strep, boo.
So, Cheryl St. Germain in the live chat says, hey, you too, Bob's daughter. I heard the memorial figures were way down. I heard more are leaving Watchtower than are coming in. Info from Johnny the Bethelite on Rick Fearon's 6 screens. Okay, so there's that. And then Denise Hedberg, 66, says, Bob's daughter, oh my God, never thought of that, but that sounds good. All right, so let's see, we've got 411 Big Boss in the live chat. Cheryl St. Germain, Bob's daughter, Denise Hedberg, Obed B, Mia T. All right, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you tuning in. All right, so what do you guys think about this image here? Looks like there's a tower that's crumbling, and there's an eye with rays of light like a sun. Illumination, you know, shining the light on something that was previously hidden in the dark. The structure, your old structures of knowing, crumbling, burning, and fire. You know, fire is the top most sterilizing technique. Heat, fire. You know, hospitals use an autoclave to sterilize tools and surgical tools. Nothing that goes through that fire is going to be blemished. It's going to change. It's going to go through a transformation. Matter transforms when it goes through fire. And this tower here is burning. And as you can see, there's these shadowy figures jumping out of the top of it. They were probably at the top of the tower. They were the top tower people, the top guys, the top henchmen. But then you also see a peaceful dove there with an olive branch. You see that next to the eye? You see there's a sense of peace with it too. But there's a huge lightning bolt. It's like what they say, a thief in the night.
Oh, honey, don't be using our scriptures, boo. Better get on out of here with that, boo. Oh, no, don't you better not show that crazy Buddha mess.
All right. I'm not going to show it.
Better get that out of my face, honey. No, I don't play that. I'm going to have to Jehovah-rise things. Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. Jehovah. I want to go.
All right, Obed B in the live chat says, Watchtower 2015, February, say some publishers have a hard time finding anyone to hold a conversation with in the house-to-house ministry. In fact, the majority of the local residents may not be at home. You know, that's true. We always had a lot of not at homes. That's what they call people who aren't at home. They are NH, and they are written down. Jehovah's Witnesses are required to write your address down. By the way, if you're listening and you're not a Jehovah's Witness, if you have those people ever show up at your door, it's a guarantee that if you open it and smile and say hi, they're going to write your name and your address down, and they're probably going to try and get your email and your phone number and anything else they can about you, because they're going to come back forever. Like they're not ever going to stop. Like once you smile at them and give them like any hint or sign. But see, that Jehovah's, you're thinking you're just like being friendly, right? And you're not trying to be mean or whatever. No, they are drilled to convert you. You're getting in their kingdom hall. You hear me? You are getting in that kingdom hall. You don't open the door and you invited them in and gave them a glass of water. That's it. They're going to carve your name in their notebooks forever. Am I lying or what? Am I lying or what? Bob's daughter, Denise Hedberg, 411 Big Boss, Mia T. Yeah, you see.
Well, honey, you see, the preaching work is so sparse, honey boo, that we gotta get who we can get, honey child. We can't afford boo, we can't afford to just waste it, boo.
All right then. I guess so. 411 Big Boss says, I need to know how the cats are doing. Well, Deb is right here on the other side of this laptop staring at me, and I'm just praying. I don't even believe in prayer, but when I see him, I have to pray because he will jump me. He will jump me. He will jump my head. Yeah. And then he's got claws. He's got Freddy Krueger claws from HELL. They are so painful, and he'll literally jump on my shoulder from the ground up. Sometimes I have to. He chases me because he will not leave me alone. Yeah. So, but I love this cat. I love my cat. But yeah, he's sometimes he jumps the laptop, and I'm just hoping he won't do that right now, because if he jumps the laptop, it might cut the live stream off. So otherwise, they're all doing fine.
So yeah, honey, Denise Hedberg says, awesome tarot card, honey child. And then, honey, 411 Big Boss, honey, he says, I think it's great that the numbers are falling, honey boo. I love it. And Bob's daughter says they closed 2 Kingdom Halls in my area, honey. And then Denise Hedberg, she says every voice helps, honey boo. And then Bob's daughter says one is now a daycare center, honey, and the other a non-denominational church. I wonder if any Jehovah Witnesses started going to the non-denominational, honey. I wonder if there's not a couple of ex-Jehovah Witnesses going up in there just for a little bit of, fellowship, and since they used to go up in there with the Jehovahs, the ones that kind of faded. They were like, well, I thought this was still the Kingdom Home, honey.
Well, this is a non-denominational church, and how come you're going to it? I'm going to tell the elders so your family will shun you because you're not supposed to go to any other church. And then you're inactive. You're lucky you're still being talked to. Don't you know inactive people get shunned now too? And people who were never baptized, people who came to the Kingdom Hall maybe one time, they weren't even really Jehovah's Witnesses. They're shunned. Ex-Bible studies are being shunned. So you're lucky we made an exception for you because your daddy owns the janitorial business that employs half the congregation.
Oh, Jehovah, honey, really? So, yeah, honey, Obed V, honey, it also says in the same article, honey, that other publishers feel overwhelmed because they have a vast and productive field in which to preach, but fear that they will never complete the task, honey boo.
Now I want to stop. I want to stop and talk a little bit about that one. I don't know about anyone else, but I know that we always felt that we could never do enough. No matter how many hours of Bible study or field service that you got in. I remember being 14 and just my whole summer I spent going door to door trying to be pure and do the Jehovah thing. And, it's just terrible because at the end of the summer, I had all of these hours and I had done all of this work and it hadn't changed a thing within me. Not a thing. And it was like I could never do enough, There was always, in the back of my mind, I felt like there was always this one person that I might be blood guilty for. You know how they scare the crap out of you with that blood guilt? You can never win for losing, right? You can't ever rest because then a person on the street might pass you that this is like their only chance to hear the truth about Jehovah God. And if they pass you and you don't say anything and they get destroyed at Armageddon, then you're blood guilty because you were the last person, you were the last Jehovah's Witness that could have witnessed to them and brought them into the truth, right? So you never could freaking relax. You could never have a vacation. You can't never have your own wedding. Do you know I've seen a picture? I wish I had that picture right now with the freaking cart in between the bride and the groom. I'm just too lazy to sort through it. But I'm telling you.
Can't be undone. Yeah, you said won't go back now. I know you think the little things count, but there was fire too big to put it out. No matter how you're making it sound, I got scars too deep to come around. I don't wanna wait any longer. It's never gonna be the same again. And it's gonna make me stronger. I know that there's nothing there.
All right, so Cheryl St. Germain in the live chat says, Johnny the Bethelite also talked about a child pornography ring in Australia, a big one. What? When did this happen, Cheryl St. Germain? This is news. However, it doesn't surprise me because police in New York, here in the U.S., also suspect a child pornography ring within the Jehovah's Witnesses. And since the Australian Royal Commission, exposed 1,006 alleged child sex abusers and a database within the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes, Jehovah's Witnesses have a database, by the way. If you're just tuning in, I want to thank you for tuning in. I want to thank you for coming to the live chat. You know, if you're a Jehovah's Witness and you can't come out, you're anonymous, I still want to thank you, love you, sending the love your way to all the listeners and the viewers here and now and into the future. But yeah, Cheryl St. Germain in the live chat, I want to reiterate this one because we're not going to let that go.
No, honey, I ain't letting that piece of info go.
Johnny the Bethelite also talked about a child pornography ring in Australia, a big one. Now that's crucial. Bob's daughter says in the live chat, I always felt like you couldn't jump high enough. That's true. You can't jump high enough with the Jehovah's Witnesses. Once you get dunked in the water, you are going to have to scrape and struggle. You're going to have to scrape and struggle, and you're going to have to compromise your integrity. I'm putting it out there like it is. You're going to have to lie. It's called theocratic warfare, but it's still lying. I don't care if you call it Hani Buni Hashi Buni Bani Hani Hushni Buni Bani. I don't care if you call it that. It's still lying, okay? It's still lying. Lying, okay? This is a sledgehammer made into the 80s right here. I love this. I like when they make new songs into like old songs, old sounding songs from the 80s. You're not gonna go out in field service no more without me. Yeah. Come on, Jehovah's Witnesses in LA. I want to go out from door to door with you. We're going to go out together. The JWs and the ex-JWs. Anybody else who wants to join. Bernie Trump, you want to join next time? Let's do this.
Honey, you all better not. You better leave them alone, honey, girl. You better leave them Jehovah's Witnesses alone, honey, before Armageddon gets you, honey.
Armageddon? Did we not just see Armageddon with the tower card?
Well, honey, let me see what else we got here. Oh, honey, that is so cute, boo. Look at that. That's little Dev right there, boo. Look at him. He is so cute, honey, boo. Look at that. Look at Dev, honey, boo. So, honey, what does that remind you of, honey, boo?
I don't know. What does it remind you of?
Jehovah's marvelous creation, honey, child.
We've got 8 viewers. I want to thank you for tuning in and listening and viewing. We're on the live stream. Today we're talking about Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah Witness, and of course social media, more specifically, how social media affects Jehovah's Witnesses, jw.org, Watchtower, and ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. I think the conversation is relevant right about now. Than you might believe, than you might be aware of. Hey, we all base our future, our idea of our future, our immediate future, like tomorrow, next week, next month, on our past experience, right? Well, we can't do that anymore, folks. Things are increasing and multiplying exponentially. That means they're not doubling. That's not what exponential is. Exponential means that if you tick off an ex-Jehovah's Witness, you hurt somebody and abuse them in your congregation, they can come back with 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 1,billion people and have their voice and their experience heard and shared and spread throughout all your community. They can now appear at those very doors that you're physically knocking on in a moment's notice while they drink their beer. I'm going to take a chug of this wonderful stuff. In a moment's notice, they can talk to people. They can talk to your neighbors. They can talk to your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your I don't know, whomever, the governor. They can tweet to the president. Not that I don't think he would listen to me, but I'm saying, communication is wide open. The level of power structure is equalizing more to the individual, to where individuals have abilities now that we didn't have before. And we're not waiting for someone else to make the change. Not everyone is doing it the same way, but we're definitely not sitting on our butts doing nothing and complaining. We're definitely coming up with wonderful ideas, and I love everyone that comments on the channel, that comes on here. If you're a Jehovah's Witness and you've clicked the videos like I've seen, I want to appreciate that. I appreciate you expressing your thoughts and your opinions with that. I know it's hard. I know that you're not allowed to have your own YouTube videos, and you're not allowed to express yourself in that way. You have to wait on Jehovah in the new system. Will there be a YouTube, by the way, in the new system? I never thought that came with part of the package, but is it somehow the package now? Because I'm not going to feel very happy if there's not a YouTube in there. If I imagine myself to be like a very devout Jehovah's Witness, And then I imagined like a world with nothing but Jehovah's Witnesses, but we used YouTube with each other. Wouldn't that be great? We could all like Jehovah each other on YouTube, you know? Like I could go on there and just go Jehovah and Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah every day, Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. And then you do another YouTube and you'd be like, yeah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Yes, Jehovah for real. Yes, I so agree, brother. Jehovah, yes, you are so right, Jehovah, Jehovah. And then somebody else would come, oh, Jehovah, Jehovah, yes, honey boo, Jehovah, yes, y'all are right, honey, yes, I'm in there with you, honey boo, Jehovah. And we, you know, the YouTube concept is great, right? Is it going to be part of the new system, though?
Boo, you asking too many questions, honey. That's gonna get you this fellowship. You ask that question to Kingdom Mall, you gonna get this fellowship, honey.
Whatever. All right, let's see what the live chat has to say. Mia T in the live chat says, LOL. A new pedophile ring, more new light coming out on that. I would have thought it went way back. I don't know, Mia T. It reminds me of Bill Bowen. One day he said to me, you don't want to really find out. It's really bad stuff. It's dirty and grimy. I didn't believe him back then, but I do now. I would have learned my lesson. I should have, not that I would have stopped researching, but maybe I should have paused a little bit longer and taken more heed to his words. I wasn't prepared for the stuff I've dug up already so far. You know, it's been several years. I've been researching for several years. You know, given with, you know, on and off, you know, life does get in the way. And you do have to have a life. You know, you take breaks. You take frequent breaks from this stuff. You have to go into retirements often, you know, and your break doesn't have to be forever. You don't have to retire forever from being an ex-Jehovah's Witness, you know. You can gauge it, you know. I like to take, sometimes I'll take a week off. Sometimes I'll take 6 months off. I've taken a couple of years off and come back to it, you know. That's how you know you're solid in it, because you can take off whatever required time you need to go live your life and be whoever else beyond the Jehovah's Witness thing and the ex-Jehovah's Witness thing, you know? Because there's so much more. There's comedy, there's books, there's music, there's art, there's love, there's cats, there's dogs. There's people, all of you out there listening, I love you.
I love you, honey boo.
All right, 411 Big Boss in the live chat says Jehovah provides escape for his pedophiles. Well, there you have it. It's laid out for you. What do you think about that, Jehovah's Witness? What do you think about that? You think that's apostate-driven lies? Well, Jehovah's pretty dirty right about now. It ain't my fault. I didn't do it. I'm just the messenger, you know. Don't hate me, Beelzebub Henry. Don't hate me, bro. You know what I mean? This is coming your way either way. I'm just making it more, I'm making it a little harder for you to ignore. That's all. Shoot. Don't hate me for that.
Bill, you ain't nothing but a demonic apostate. Look at that picture there with that little wizard cape on and that pencil and them three eyes. And then look, what are you doing, Bill? You using your pencil to put light on this dragon in the tower. Trying to say that's Jehovah. And Jehovah Witnesses, Bill. You should be ashamed of yourself, honey.
Yeah. Well, I'm proud of that picture. I didn't draw it. My friend Matthew Tallman did this piece of work right here. I mean, the other artwork is mine, but this one right here, the one that you see right here when you're looking at it, that's Matthew Tallman. And he's a fellow magician too. He's a badass too. And he did this for me. He personally drew this, and then he framed it and he sent it to me. You know, and when an artist does art for you like that, you know, that's an honor. So I felt very honored, you know, because he didn't have to do that. But I sent him, I told him the concept that I wanted because I liked his artwork, and I asked him to do it, and I was willing to pay for it, but he did it for out of friendship. He didn't want any money. So I asked him if I could use this, and I told him what I was going to use it for activism, to help children, and to expose that two-witness rule with the Watchtower. And he's also an ex-Jehovah's Witness, so he knows the deal. So yeah, so this image right here, it carries a lot of power. It carries a lot of magic. It carries a lot of a lot of mojo, whatever you want to call it. You know, if you're Christian, you know, put your words to it. Holy moly something. You know what I don't know the words. Just fix it for me. Okay? Fix that for me.
Honey, be quiet, honey. I need to Jehovah rise that, boo. You're going to destroy Jehovah's organization single-handedly, boo.
Nah, I don't think so. It's a lot of us out here. You know, we're pretty, wow. Every day I come on YouTube and I see new ex-Jehovah's Witnesses on YouTube talking about, I just left the organization, or Australian Royal Commission, or Russia, or something. And then I also see the weird thing is, check this out, I see some OGs that come out on YouTube for the first time, but they left like 30 years ago, you know? They were kicked in the gut. They were sliced and diced 30 and 40 years ago. You know, when there was no internet, there was nothing like what we have now, social media, and they were sliced in the gut by Jehovah and his people, and they walked away wounded, dragging half their body across the concrete road. They almost died, almost didn't make it, had to scrape themselves, didn't have no friends, no family, no money, nothing. And they managed to survive until this very day, and now they are out on YouTube. They are out now, and they are telling their story. And you know what?
Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah on the boat. Oh, Jehovah. I can't cry, honey. That is too funny.
All right, Bob's daughter in the live chat says Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Pedophiles. Oh, shoot. You know what? The next envelope that we write to the next Kingdom Hall, we're going to write that as the heading. Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Pedophiles. They're going to love that. Just like that. Denise Hedberg, 66, says just like that. Mia T in the live chat says Paradise doesn't look anything like it did in the old Paradise Lost book. I guess saying Jehovah will magically provide everything.
Hey, guitar, honey, boo! Jehovah, 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 Jehovah. Guitar's in the house, honey, boo.
Yup. You know what, guitar? You might end up being a celebrity one day. Watch out. If I have anything to do with it, it will make everybody on this channel a freaking celebrity. So I've been photo reading some social networking and marketing things, you know, and how to promote stuff and make YouTube stuff and all of that, you know. And let me tell you something. The gist of it is this. You got to have relevant information, okay? And you got to be sincere. People can see through your crap. People can see through lies. You know, if you're hiding things like a two-witness rule, you're not going to be able to hide it anymore. You're in a whole different environment. You're in a whole different universe now. Okay? It's not a different world anymore. It's a whole different universe. And you're not going to be able to get away with it anymore. You're going to have to make some new decisions. If you stick with your old way and your old structures of knowing and doing things, you will not survive. This is called evolution. And I'm not saying that there isn't a God, you know, I'm not even going there. What I'm saying, evolution as in evolvement, as in growth. We all grow, we all evolve. No matter what religious persuasion you are, you still want growth and advancement. We all do that on some level. And that's what I'm talking about when I say evolution. Well, now it's all about survival. Okay, it's a different kind of survival. Back in the day, our human species, allegedly, supposedly, theoretically, we were hunter-gatherers and we were trying to get away from large animals that would eat us and kill us, like tigers and dinosaurs, whatever, you know. And therefore, our brains developed a certain way. Well, now we have to evolve from that into a higher consciousness of some sorts. Okay? And part of that is connecting with people that you can't see, that are invisible, like me. I'm invisible on your computer screen, or on your cell phone, or on your tablet, or whatever gadget you're using on your television. I'm not physically there with you, but I'm still there with you. You're here with me, right? So we've made some adjustments in some ways without even really knowing it, or really we take it for granted. Well, there are other adjustments now, which include that two-witness rule. It's going to stop. It's going to stop. If I have anything to do with it, it's going to stop. And even from beyond the grave, beyond the physical reality, my words will remain on this internet. And all of our words will remain beyond your physical reality, beyond this lifetime. Our words will remain forever. Because technology is increasing exponentially. And our communications will increase along with that. We're heading into virtual reality. And what we're doing right now will be known by many, many people, many, many, many decades into the future, if not forever. So, you know, here we are.
Honey, I don't want to hear that. I want to see what they're doing in the live chat for the boo. You talk too much, honey, child. Oh, honey. So, Lincoln Parson says, Borg Slayer Wizard, honey. This fellowship was shunned for 28 years, honey. Just woke up in February, honey, by Jake Control and you, honey, child. Much thanks, honey, child.
Wow, Waking Possum. See, this is what I'm talking about. You had been gone for 28 years, and you had still believed in it, huh? There's a lot of people, even though they're disfellowshipped and don't go for 20 and 30 years, I've had them tell me that they still were a believer. It still stayed with them, you know, the brainwashing. That's pretty crazy, you know. And Jake Control, yeah, I love that channel. You have all of the Australian Royal Commission live tribunal proceedings on Jake Control channel. I'm going to spell it for you. It's Jake and then the word control. So if you YouTube search that, you will find the Australian Royal Commission videos. Waking Possum says, thanks. Life with some hope for a future without guilt and shame. And Mia T in the live chat says, Bob, you are bigger than life. Oh, well, thank you, Mia T. You know, you always make me blush, Mia T. I really appreciate your love and support. You know, always I appreciate everybody's love and support in the live chat, and you're tuning in, all of the viewers. You know, it's all about you. You are the ones that are doing this, that are bringing the momentum out there to this, that are really rocking it. Some amazing stuff. Denise Hedberg with your Watchtower, Bethel calls. I just rolled and rolled laughing at the way you're so sweet and gentle, you know, but you're still persistent. But you're very gentle. You're not in their face like me sometimes, you know. Sometimes I'm ruthless, and I know that. You know, I know that I could use some improvement and some finesse in my ways sometimes. But Denise is very sweet. But, you know, they just fumble around you and they just don't know what to do. And I just laughed tears when you called headquarters and she just finally said she didn't know how to help you, you know. And then you said, well, what do you think? And that's when she ran away from you. She was scared to have her own mind, to have an independent thought. She was scared of her own doubt because she really, really wanted to know about it. She might have wanted to ask you about it, but she was afraid. They listen in on those lines, by the way. That's why they can't talk to you. They can't talk to anybody because they get listened in on. I think my live chat is lagging.
Well, honey, that's why you need a better internet, boo.
Whatever.
That's why, because Satan the devil. That's Satan the devil doing that to you, boo.
Well, we're still talking about social media and how it affects JWs and jw.org. You know, I'm going to try and activate all of the books I have right about now. So I'm going to go grab my mind maps and I'll be right back. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break and I'll be right back.
I'll be your dream, my fantasy. 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 I'll be your dream. I'll be your dream. I'll be your dream. My fantasy. I'll be your dream. My fantasy.
Okay, we're back.
We're back, honey, boo. Let me get another drink of this, honey. Oh, good, honey. This is good, honey.
All right, so today we photo read 5 books. We thumb photo read through the other ones, which means just we kind of quickly skimmed over them. But these ones here we kind of dug into a little bit. Social media marketing for dummies, YouTube channels for dummies, social media engagement for dummies. Excuse me. Teach yourself visually search engine optimization, and the No BS social media marketing direct response guide by Dan Kennedy. So we went to Barnes & Nobles today. We photo read that. If you don't know what photo reading is, go to photoreading.com. You can check out Photo Reading by Paul Chyle from your local public library. Support your local public library, okay? No, don't give me that. Go to the library. You know how many libraries are getting shut down throughout the country? Good libraries. Information is power. And even though we have a lot of electronic accessible things, we still need to support our local community. And the libraries are something I believe in. So I'm going to tell you, I'm going to ask you to think about the idea of supporting your local library for the poor. Okay, so by the way, if you want to go and support your local library and you've got a couple of books in mind that you want to check out but you're not sure where they would be, you can go to worldcat.org. World, WORLDCAT, world, and then the word cat, like the animal cat, worldcat.org. And you basically plug in your zip code and then the title or the author of the book or a couple of keywords if you're searching for a book. It's really great for references and researches. And it'll tell you which library would have that book. And also, if the book isn't anywhere near in your local library, you can do something that's called an ILL, interlibrary loan. Your local library will order that book from wherever the nearest library is, and for a small fee, I think it's $2 or $3 for the postage, and you get to check out the book, and they'll send it. It'll take a couple of weeks. So that's also an option. All right, cool. So back to the social media and the Jehovah's Witnesses and ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and how does that fit in? Social media, social networking, how does it affect Jehovah's organization? How do you think it affects Jehovah's organization? How does it affect ex-Jehovah's Witnesses and even the general public? Because Jehovah's Witnesses go from door to door. They have a public preaching ministry. So this affects everyone, potentially.
Well, honey, Waking Possum in the live chat, honey, says, still believes though I had no hope unless I was reinstated in the cold ritualistic control, bro.
So Waking Possum, let me go back and make sure. Waking Possum initially said that he had been disfellowshipped and shunned for 28 years and woke up in February by the channel Jake Control and you. Thank you. You mean that we woke you up here on the Bob Smith channel? Or are you talking to someone else? That's really great. You know, it's really great to see a lot of people wake up from YouTube. And then Waking Possum in the live chat says, still believe, though I had no hope unless I was reinstated into cold ritualistic control. And that is so true. That is so true, isn't it?
Well, 511 Big Boss says Jehovah's Witnesses eat poop, honey. Ew, honey. Why are you doing that? Big Boss is being nasty up in the chat, honey, bro, besmirching Jehovah's name. You better pray to Jehovah right now, boo. You better get down on your knees and pray to Jehovah hard right now so you can be saved at Armageddon, boo. Jehovah's gonna smack you with a dirty sock at Armageddon, honey.
All right, so I'm going through my mind maps right about now. You hear me shuffle through them? Look at that. I've got about, I don't know, 7 or 8 pages. Not that much. We only spent 2 or 3. How many hours did we spend at Burlington over? 2 hours? 3 hours? 3 hours? How many? 3? Yeah, it's not that much. We used to do a whole lot more than that, but anyway. So, check this out. This isn't just for businesses, okay? It's all about you. You're a personal brand, okay? The line between business and individual is blurring, okay? So you got to look at yourself as a product in some sense. You got to look at yourself as a business. Even if you're not in a business or you've never done a business, you now have to change the way you perceive yourself if you're anyone that's in need of money, basically. Okay, so if you're one of those persons, you might want to listen into this, okay? Because this is all about, we all, if we're working class, even if we're not working class, we all want opportunities. We want more open doors. We want more options, right? Career-wise, money-wise, financially, health-wise, whatever. If you have hobbies, things that you like, we all want more opportunities, right? So, okay, check this out. It's all about segmenting your market and your audience. Demographics, geographics, life stages, like if they're teenagers, if they're married, if they're senior citizens, psychographics or lifestyle, and affinity or interest group. It's all about specialization or what they call niche. I don't know how to say that word, but it's about specializing. So the key to it is being authentic. Okay, and how do you specialize and remain authentic? Well, you dig into yourself, soul searching. So success in social media, they didn't really put it into these kinds of words, but it's about having emotional intelligence, mental health, and you do have to do some soul searching because people can call you out on social media, as we see now, is what we're doing. We're calling out a big institution that before we couldn't. None of us individually could, but now collectively we can. Let's see, social media marketing for dummies, 9-in-1 books. All right, so here are some of the main points. You've got the social media mix, making the business case for social media. So businesses are taking social media very, very seriously. Things like Yelp. By the way,
No, don't you do it, honey. Don't you dare do that. You better not encourage them to do that demonic stuff, boo. I forbid you in the name of Jehovah.
well, so what? I want to tell you all something. You can go on Yelp and rate Kingdom Halls. A lot of them are unclaimed. Now you can start with the ones that you used to attend, but you can also do, you can just pick a state or a place and rate the Kingdom Halls. A lot of times they're unclaimed, and you can even upload the pictures. So like flyers from jwvictims.org, or like memes, not memes, but images from the Australian Royal Commission and all that. You can upload that to the Kingdom Hall Yelp categories. So basically you can go on Yelp, type in a city and state, and then type in Kingdom Hall or Jehovah's Witnesses, and then from there on you can do that. Same thing with Google, and it'll show up. It'll they might kick you off, so make sure that you use a separate account, in case you get kicked off. But at least somebody will see it, because you don't get kicked off if they don't see it. It's usually when the Jehovah's Witnesses see that the Kingdom Hall has this on their Yelp page that they go complain to Yelp. But then there's ways to keep it on the Yelp, and we'll talk about that a little later. But there are ways to keep your review honest, while still spreading awareness about the child abuse, but still getting your review remaining on the Yelp page, regardless of whether they complain, because it's within the community guidelines. There is a way to word those Yelp reviews, so we'll talk about that a little later. I know Denise Hedberg is rubbing her hands right about now, and boss, yeah. Denise Hedberg in the live chat says, Bob, can they take them off? Well, that all depends. Each social network has their own flow. Twitter is different than Yelp. Yelp's different than Facebook. YouTube, we're different here than we are on Facebook with each other. So we have to respect that. And a lot of folks they're not there yet. A Jehovah's Witness can't wrap their head around that. They have one way of seeing the world. It's like that mental model with Charlie Munger. To a man with a hammer, the whole world looks like a nail. And that's how he handles every problem. as if it was a nail, and it's a dumb way of doing things. You need to, you need to spread out. You need more info. You need more mental models. You need more legs to stand on. So um, Yelp, it takes a little bit of you have to read the community guidelines, and I need to read them a little bit closer. I'm guilty of not really getting in there and meshing in there, but there's a way to word them to where you can keep them. Still, a lot of times you can do a counteract. You can say that something like that they told you not to Google the Australian Royal Commission, and they told you that there wasn't a pedophile list. You see, so the person reading it is still getting the info, and then if you make it a 5-star review, I think it's harder to get it taken down because it's a 5-star. It's a positive star, but then in the write-up, you've got all of this info. And then in Yelp, when you add pictures, it puts the pictures, the images, it puts the thumbnails of the images underneath your review. So you can take screenshots of like that CNN report with the ticker of the 1,000 pedophiles exposed with Jehovah's Witnesses. I have a screenshot of that and a screenshot of another news report about police suspecting a porn ring within the Jehovah's. And then Judge McClellan's quote with the New York Times. So I've got those as thumbnails under the reviews. So when the persons look at those reviews, we're all visually oriented. So we're going to look at the pictures first. And those are the first things that pop out. And, before you even read anything, the person already has, bam, at a glance, split second, boom. That's how I work. That's how I do it. I don't wait for people to read nothing. I have all the write up there too, and all the info and the meat and potatoes. I'm going to take care of you if you want that. But I know that most people are not going to go that far. They're going to have a split second to make a decision whether they want to keep looking at this or move on to whatever else on their cell phone or on their TV or their child or their boss at work or whatever, right? So I'm getting it in as you only need a glance and it's in there. You ain't got to work. I'm going to take care of the work for you. But later on, you're going to Google that on some kind of level. You're going to come back to this. Trust and believe me. So, yeah.
I want to know. Mia T in the live chat says J Dubs that comment on the Ex-J-Dub YouTube videos are getting a lot of practice, honey, using 4-letter expletives, honey, boo. They do curse a lot, though. I see it, honey. I have to say, you Jehovah's Witnesses cursing up here on YouTube, boo. You know Jehovah sees you, honey. He's going to whoop that butt at Armageddon, boo. He's going to whoop your booty on the Armageddon. Mia T says sooner or later they'll slip up and get their turn in Judicial Committee, honey. They might wake up. 411 Big Boss says Jehovah's Witnesses are stanky butts, honey.
All right. So businesses are having to take social media very serious, like Yelp. Yelp can make or break a business, by the way. So be careful how you use Yelp. Have mercy on them. Well, on the businesses, but when we're talking about pedophiles and pedophile enablers, there's got to be a tinge of relentlessness to it. Anyway, we got cyber tools over here, content distribution services, keeping your ear to the social ground, and there are monitoring tools like Google Alerts, where you can put your YouTube channel name, or if you have a certain website name or whatever, you can be alerted. You can also use Google Alerts for job leads if you're in the market for looking out for bigger and better opportunities, which I'm always doing that no matter where I'm working or what I'm doing. I love to look at the job sites and the job alerts. I recommend everybody doing that, especially if you're already comfortable in your job You get it, you have a good pay, you're happy, you love it, still do it. You never know what can happen from one day to the next. So keep up with your Google alerts with bigger and better opportunities. You know, keep your resume on point, keep it sharp, work on it on a regular basis. You know, like I said, this stuff can help you. It can really help you. You've got social bookmarks, like news sites, search engine optimization, um, Pinterest. I don't know that social media thing yet, but I'm gonna learn about it. And it talks about planning your planning board and making short videos. So we're gonna look into Pinterest and see if we can spread the message and the word on Pinterest about Jehovah's Witnesses. Field Service 2.0 Honeyboo style.
Oh, honey, I like that. Waking Possum in the live chat says Ex-Jehovah graffiti artist on trains, honey boo. Would be cool, honey chub.
Yes, I agree. Well, there's definitely a culture developing around us, isn't there? All right. Content marketing. So you want to get to know your target audience. I'm trying to get to know you, and you want to get to know me. You know, we all have a need to connect. That's the gist, too, by the way. Social media marketing and social networking, we all have a need to know what each other is doing. It's healthy, it's normal. It's a normal psychological need. So next time you find yourself looking at someone's profile that you're like, I don't even like this person. I don't even know why I'm looking at this person's profile. I can't stand this person. Well, now you know it's a normal, natural, it's the way we're wired. There's nothing really wrong with you. You're not weird. You're not a creep or whatever. It's we all have a need to connect with each other. Okay. All right. So let's see. In your content marketing, now this word content marketing is business-like, but I would say to you, if you're building your own presence of your own personal brand, you could say content promoting. Okay, you want as many ex-Jehovah's Witnesses to see, and as many other people that aren't ex-Jehovah's Witnesses to see your YouTube or your blogs, right, or your Twitter page, or whatever, right, your Facebook, right, whatever you're trying to promote, right. So you want to stand out, okay? Also, you've got different platforms. You've got videos, podcasts, blogs. You've got Pinterest, Pinterest. I don't even know how to say that social network thing, Pinterest. I can't figure it out. It's weird. It's weird. I'm gonna have to be patient with myself with that one. It ticks me off because I can't write nothing in there. They won't let me write nothing in the thing, and it's all visual, which is kind of cool, I guess, because you don't have to read anything. You can see it at a glance. Oh, I'm gonna check that one out. Damn. So yeah, drive traffic. Let's see, grow communities. So you want to grow your community, you know, you want to nurture your community. It talks about LinkedIn, which is good. The benefits include like an online resume, and I've seen a lot of recruiters hit my LinkedIn page, and it'll even tell you who viewed it, and it'll tell you how many views you've got for the week or the month. So that's pretty great. You can also write articles on there. You can connect with other people. But you have to be careful because a lot of these people, what they try to do, they have MLM and these stupid biz ops that they try to message you with. So, you know, watch out for the scammers on LinkedIn. They've gotten a little bit out of hand, I think. But you can still use it to interact with brand communities. And why is that important? Well, for one thing, if you're in the market for any kind of product, you can use LinkedIn. Oddly enough, it's supposed to be for professional career and all that, but you can use LinkedIn to do product research before purchasing a product. And you can also use LinkedIn to find other Jehovah's Witnesses. And Denise Hedberg, 6'6", is really brilliant about finding and showing you how to do a search on LinkedIn and finding people who work for jw.org. And you can connect to them directly and talk to them. So, once again, social media is really making it to the point where our voices can be heard right along with the Jehovah's Witnesses. When every time they talk, our voices are there to say our side of the story as well to the world and to the public. So there's that with LinkedIn. All right, we've got 6 viewers right now. We're live with Sista Billie Bertha May Smith and company. We've got our live chat. We've got Waking Possum, 411 Big Boss, Denise Hedberg, Mia T, and then there was somebody else in the Bob's daughter. All right. All right, Mia T in the live chat says, what do you think about prospective employers who may find you your XJW videos and blogs? That's a really, really good question. So, here's what I have to say about that. In order to find my XJW videos, my employers or prospective employers would have to go searching. They would have to go out of their way a little bit. It's not hard to find, okay, but they would have to go outside of the boundaries of professionalism. It would have to get personal, okay? And if they did that, I don't want to bother with them because I don't want to work for any company that doesn't know their boundaries. Okay. Okay. Now, having said that, you're not going to stop people from doing that. And I have had actually that happen to me, and that person abused. They trolled my personal pages, and they abused that information in the work setting, and they didn't fare too well, you see, because when you cross certain lines like that, it's just not a very good thing. So, but having said that, there will be people that, we all Google each other. We all are going to see what we all do. So, what do you think about it, Mia T? What do you think about employers that Google your or go on your personal, that find your XJW pages? Do you think that they are going too far? Well, those are things. We all are going to experience that at some point. At some point, your employer or your prospective employers are going to see something of your Twitter or something of your Facebook, because that is what technology is doing. It's connecting everything with everything. You see? That's the whole thing with jw.org and Watchtower. You cannot stop someone from tweeting and hashtagging your organization's name. And if you hurt people, they're going to tweet and hashtag in your organization's name. And so since we all have cell phones now, when you go from door to door and Bob Smith answers the door and you're like, oh yeah, we're Jehovah's Witnesses, blah, blah, blah. And he's going to be like, oh, hold on a minute. Let me Google you on my phone. And he's going to click the voice to text button. And he's not even going to type it in. He's going to speak it in. He's going to speak in Jehovah's Witnesses. And then on Google, the fourth result is going to be jw.org, Jehovah's Witnesses in deep trouble, disturbing allegations, child sexual molestation. On the first page. So what does that tell you? And that's a YouTube video, by the way. Yeah, the first link is jw.org, okay? But like right underneath it, like you don't even have to hit the scroll button. Like your eyes will not miss that link down there. It's on the bottom, but you're going to see it because it's a video thumbnail. It's a visual where the rest of it is text. So you know you're going to see it. By the way, I don't know how Mike and Kim got that video on that ranking like that, but that's freaking brilliant. That is freaking brilliant. I don't know, because I've tried all kinds of SEO stuff to try and get my videos on that first page with the Jehovah's Witness keyword. And, you know, I consider myself halfway intelligent, but I haven't managed to be able to do it yet. I'm going to do it one day, but Mike and Kim, shout out to you. Brilliant.
I want it, Bo. I don't like that, Bo. I don't like that, honey, Bo.
All right, we're still with social media marketing for dummies, 9 and 1 books. We talked about content marketing, LinkedIn. We talked about cyber social tools. Twitter, 140 characters, quality is king. So the quality of your tweets. Don't Twitter spam. I need to work on that. And hashtags, I need to work on that too. I love hashtags. I don't know about you, but I love hashtags. You can put the hashtags in the search box. You can find all kinds of info. Like I was looking for I had like this wire that was faulty, and you know the Google thing. I just couldn't find what I needed, so I decided to go on Twitter and see what I could find on the hashtags. I didn't find what I needed, but I found other cool stuff. It's cool. So yeah. But with social media, you want to develop a strategy. Whether you're just an individual using it for a personal thing, or you're a business, you want to use it. You want to have a strategy. What do you want to do with this? Okay. All right. When you come on YouTube and you do your videos, you know, take a few minutes to think about it. What kind of purpose do you have here? What do you really want to do with this? You know, how far do you want this to go? You know, and even if you're just sitting there ranting, you know, maybe you've had a hard day and you don't really want to figure out anything, and you don't want to, you know, you just want to get on there and talk, but still take a few seconds and to figure out what you want to do with this. What do you want people to take away from your YouTube video or your tweet or even your LinkedIn page? You want to give. You want to always give. And information and authenticity is the key. Now, I'm going to tell you something that is going to blow the Jehovah mind. Yes. It's one word, and it's very scary. My theory on it is that this is the real Armageddon. This is Jehovah's Armageddon. You know what it is? Are you ready for it?
Oh, honey, I'm ready for it, Bo. Give it to me, Bo. What is it, Bo? Tell me, Bo. Tell me something good. Whoa, whoa. Tell me something good, honey, Bo. Tell me something good, honey, Bo. Tell me something good, honey, Bo.
Well, I photo read about 5 different books. I thumbed through 6 or 7 other ones. You know, I did something called syntopic reading and photo reading. If you don't know what photo reading is, check out my other videos. I have 2 videos, I think, on photo reading and speed reading. Check it out. It is a different way of absorbing information. It is not really reading. The actual act of photo reading is more like relaxing It's a deeply relaxed state of mind while being highly focused and alert and aware. You're very sharp. You're very aware. You're very focused. You're very alert, but you're deeply, deeply relaxed. Okay? So, and you're absorbing the information. You're not reading in the traditional sense. You're absorbing it into your bones. Yeah, you're absorbing the information into your bones. It works best with behavior change. Okay? So, just by listening to this, by tuning in, you're going to come away from this after you're done with this, and it's going to boost you in whatever you do on your own social media platforms in your own way. You're going to have something on a very subtle level to take away from this YouTube channel. All right? Cool. So here we go. And this is stuff you already know. Okay? I'm not telling you anything you don't already know.
Well, hurry up, Boo. Tell me. So, Boo, you got to have, okay, first you set your goals, honey boo, and then you have quantifiable objectives, honey boo. You ID your target market, and then, honey child, you estimate your cost, and then you value social media return on investment, honey boo.
All right, so that last one is probably more for businesses, right? Estimating costs, but identifying your target market, okay? It's not enough to just have Jehovah's Witnesses. There are different flavors of Jehovah's Witnesses, different flavors of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, okay? Different flavors of other kinds of people that we want to share things with, okay? We want to share things with government officials. We want to share things with judges, law enforcement, medical professionals, news media professionals, people in entertainment, anybody who's influential. We want to be able to reach them and let them know what's going on with the two witness rule and these people that are going from door to door every day, you know, preaching. The ones that are standing next to the carts. We want to let them know what's going on with that. Mm-hmm. I want to thank you for tuning in. We've got 5 viewers. We are live with Sista Billie Bertha May Smith and company. And in the live chat, we have 411 Big Boss, Denise Hedberg, Waken Possum, Mia T, Bob's daughter, now, Waken Possum in the live chat says, crossing boundaries. And Mia T in the live chat says, I've had my history with Watchtower used against me. But I agree that it's hitting below the belt and crosses the line. Waken Possum says, sounds like discrimination to me, Miss Mia. Yes. The person coming at me was actually someone involved in a Catholic school, Sacred Heart Catholic Church. Yeah, I'm gonna put it out there. So I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to put it out there. Okay. But the person was also in a higher position of authority, and they kind of used psychological type of bullying. And they caught me in a moment of energetic vulnerability. I kind of felt at a disadvantage because this was someone in an authority position at work, and they were using this information in a bad way. But I went home and I grabbed a couple of books. You see, the books always help me Some people they use alcohol as a replacement for family when their family shuns them. They're Jehovah's Witness family, and some people use drugs or other things. But I reach for a book, and so I reached for some more books and more books, and I filed an incident report, and I got in contact with the alphabet agencies, and out here in California, people are very, very afraid of lawsuits. And if you speak the legal language well, very well, they respect your ass. I will say that. California, they respect you if you know the legal language, which means you're going to have to know some laws because it requires the language. Grammar and language it stems from the occult. There's a magic to it. That's the only way I can say that. And even in law, if you have a knack for law and the legal language, there's a component of magic to it. If you're one of those people who has a knack for it, because you can go out there and you can get laws changed. You're not just winning lawsuits. That's small time stuff, but you're out there changing laws for the better. And you're not necessarily a judge or a senator either. But yeah, let's see. So you want to have some kind of strategy, even if it's just your own personal YouTube thing. Get a strategy going. What kind of people you want to reach. What do you want to do with this? How far you want to take it. You're in the driver's seat. You can take this as high and as far out as you want. And don't be afraid to address topics that might be scary or painful. That's what makes you authentic. Don't be afraid to talk about things you like. If you're a guy and for some reason you like pottery or crocheting, and it's, not the average guy isn't into crocheting, and there might be all kinds of baggage attached to a man crocheting or cutting hair or doing hair or stupid crap like that. Don't be afraid to be authentic. We all have weird quirks. Nobody's really normal, quote unquote. We had this facade as Jehovah's Witnesses, this perfect picture when we went from door to door, and we wanted these people to really believe that we were holy and we had the truth, and they didn't. And then we find out all this bad crap with the child abuse and the shunning and the fraud and the Cinemax and the investments into war technology. All right. We're still on Social Media Marketing for Dummies 9-in-1 books. So let me read back to you the major points. We've got the social media mix, which includes making the business case for social media. It's all about building relationships. It's all about improving search engine rankings, but also building authentic relationships and having a strategy, setting your goals. There's cyber social tools like content distribution services, monitoring tools like Google Alerts, search engine optimization, Pinterest, which is more visually based, okay? But you can still put short videos on it too. So, and I think you can link it to YouTube as well. You've got Facebook and Instagram. Businesses use these two for brand appeal, but you can use this as a personal brand appeal too. And Twitter, we covered Twitter, content marketing, and LinkedIn. And then there's a section on measuring all of that, tracking and measuring your results, building your success, making decisions based on the numbers, delving into the data. So yeah, it's a very thick book. I recommend it. All right, the next one we had is YouTube channels for dummies. And I'll read you some of the points that I took away from it. It's all about video marketing, okay? It's a powerful social platform, okay? So when we talk about Jehovah's Witness and ex-Jehovah Witness stuff on YouTube, realize just how powerful you are right about now, listening and interacting and clicking like and subscribing. I know I'm kind of pushing it, yeah. But you're engaging, and we're doing this. I'm coming to your YouTube channels. I'm looking at your YouTube stuff. I'm clicking on your stuff. I'm sharing. I'm twittering it. I'm posting a comment. I'm talking to this person that's on your channel that said this and that. They're talking back to me, and then there's buzz. There's activity on your YouTube. Another person says, what are all those people talking about? And who is this Bob Smith? And who is that person over there, Obed? And who is guitar this person? And who is Denise Hedberg? And Mia T said this and this. Well, what does she have? I don't agree with that. Well, let me reply to her. And then another person sees all these people replying because they didn't agree with Mia T, and so they want to get in there with Mia T. And then this other person says, no, Mia T is right. I want to give her props. And I want to tell that other person they're wrong because they don't know what this and this is. You see, before you know it, you got all this buzz, and elder so-and-so is running the hell away from you because you've just outed all of this Jehovah's Witness stuff. Look, if you want to be a Jehovah's Witness, you're going to have to carry that cross. Go ahead. Go ahead and take the fall. We'll just make more YouTube videos. So we've got, let's see, another point is making good videos, knowing the difference between good and bad videos, growing and knowing your audience. YouTube channels are serious business, raise brand awareness. So this was for businesses, right? So as you can see, once again, we can translate that into personal brand. Your personal ex-Jehovah's Witness brand. You never know what the future holds and how this may tie in even into your career. I know it sounds strange. I know it sounds really strange right now, okay? But take a look at these books that we're talking about. Look them over, read them for yourself, photo read them if you know how to do it. If you want to learn, click on some of the photo reading videos later, but you'll see that all of who you are is going to translate in the future, in the very near future, if it hasn't already, into something that is what they call a personal brand. Okay? All right. And it's a very noble thing. If you're out there spreading awareness about the child abuse with the Jehovah's Witness, yes, it's a touchy topic. Yes, it's a taboo topic. Okay? But it's a very noble thing for you to be out there spreading awareness, because 9 times out of 10, people don't want to talk about it. They want to run away from it. They're uncomfortable. So you know what they're really doing, and this is the truth. Look, it's the truth. It hurts. But your denial is not helping kids to get any safety. And on some level, you're part of the enabling process of child abuse. It's the truth. You can run away from it, but it's not going to change the fact. And you're not going to get away from yourself. No matter what happens in life, nor in death, you will not get away from yourself. We cannot get away from ourselves. And each of us has a silent sentry within us that calculates and measures. It's natural. It's called math, and it's natural. And it is just. And at some point, you're going to have to face that of yourself. You have to. And daily we do, even though we pretend that we're not. But it comes out in all of the vices and all of the things that pains us, right? Whether it's overspending, or whether it's a salt, sugar, fat addiction, whether it's alcohol, whether it's social media addiction, whether it's depression, whether it's obesity, whether it's things that have turned into physical ailments from stress, right? All right. So let's use some of this. Let's transform some of this. Turn it into some mojo. Look, What you've got right now, it's gold. You just don't know it. All right, let's see what we've got in the live chat.
Well, honey, we got Mia T, honey. She says, I've had my history of Watchtower used against me too, honey.
You know, Tia, that's not right. Wake and Possum says, mention Civil Liberties Union, and that got me action twice. Really? Ooh.
Honey, that is bad association. Don't tell him that, boo. Now he's going to use that. Oh, honey, mention Civil Liberties Union, honey, boo. That got me action twice, honey, child.
All right. Civil Liberties Union. That sounds freaking scary, too. You know, when I hear that, Civil Liberties Union, I have this sea of heads, you know, angry faces with picket signs, civil, and lawyers too, you know, with like red ties and briefcases and very, very sharp haircuts. And they've got like really, really stern faces, and they're looking at me, and they're like, we have legal documents with your name on it, and we're gonna shred you. We're gonna mop the floor with you, you know, because we're part of the Civil Liberties Union entity. All right.
Oh, honey, you are just giving people bad ideas, honey, boo.
All right, so we're still on YouTube channels for dummies. So YouTube channels are taken serious by businesses, okay? So FYI, you know, if you're out and you bought a product, or you're in a restaurant and they didn't do you right, you can do like Guitar did. We'll put them on YouTube, all right? And let them know, let the world know. All right, make a name for yourself. You want to go live more. You want to be more engaged. So when you're on YouTube, going live, it creates more engagement. Like this right here, we're engaged together. We're live together. We're having this experience live. And people can dial in. People can listen in. You know, people can join the chat. And it's a great experience. By the way, my book study back in the day, on a good night, might have had 7 people, and we got 7 viewers right now. So to me, this is like a book study, except it's YouTube book study.
Boo, be quiet, honey, boo. I don't want to hear that. So, honey, what's the next book, honey?
Well, let's see. Oh, social media engagement for dummies. All right, so how does this tie in with Jehovah's Witnesses and ex-Jehovah's Witnesses? How does social media tie in with all of that? Do you think it affects the Watchtower? Do you think it affects Jehovah's Witnesses? Well, I'm going to take a short break, a music break, and we'll come back and talk about that some more.
That means what clears my soul. That means what makes me whole. That means what you do. That means what makes you. That means what clears my soul. That means what makes me whole. That means what you do. That means what makes you. That means what clears my soul. That means what makes me whole. That means what you do. That means what makes you. That means what clears my soul. That means what makes me whole. Get about the flow, that is not my law. Get about the flow, that is gonna make you go. Get about the flow, that is gonna make you go. Get about the flow, baby. Get about the flow, that is not my law. Get about the flow, that is gonna make you go. Get about the flow, that is gonna make you go. Get about the flow, baby.
All right. So that was Dancing, the Chrono remix by Aaron Smith. Pretty cool song, right? All right, so let's look at what we've got in the live chat. And my live chat still hasn't updated.
Well, honey, that's probably because Jehovah is not pleased with you, honey. Spreading all this apostate tools and tips and tricks, honey. Putting bad ideas into these apostates' heads, bro.
Yeah. Well, check this out. If you go on Twitter, you can hashtag JW.org. Don't put JW dot. Put JW.org, hashtag, the number sign, JW.org, and you can put anything you want on the Twitter. Keep it short though, so about 140 characters. But you can also click underneath the space where you type. There's a little camera icon, and you can click that, and you can upload images. So you can have images of flyers, images of news reports, snapshots of newspaper articles, anything you want. And you can hashtag that. If anybody searching jw.org on Twitter is going to see those images, they're going to, well, you know, they're going to scroll through those things. Other people will have their tweets, but it's going to be linked to jw.org on Twitter.
Honey, I don't appreciate you telling people that, boo. Why are you telling people that? Oh, Jehovah, boo. Oh, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah. Oh, Jehovah, honey. Oh, Jehovah, honey, child. Honey, child. Honey, child. Honey, child. Oh, Jehovah, huh? Oh, Jehovah. 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 Jehovah, oh Jehovah, oh Jehovah.
Okay, so social media engagement for dummies, right quick. I'm gonna hand it to you, okay? Here's the deal with that, all right? You don't have to read the whole book. I'm gonna hand you the mental models, the gist, all right? So you can decide if that's something you want to go check out a little later. If not, you've got the main idea already right here. You ready? Sit back and relax. Here we go. Building trust, contribute meaningfully, set goals, need for transparency, keep principles in mind, popular review sites. Transparency is the Armageddon for Jehovah's Witnesses. Okay, the Armageddon that we talked about earlier is transparency. That's the scary thing for Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes, we went way out here into space and came back to that. Yeah. No, we didn't veer off. You know, it's a different kind of focus. All right. And we're right back at transparency. So it's a scary thing for Jehovah's Witnesses because Jehovah's Witnesses are all about secrecy, you know. There is a lot of splitness and secrecy within the Jehovah's Witnesses. Yes. You think Jehovah's Witnesses are only secretive to outsiders? They're secretive to each other. There are cliques in the congregation, and if you're not in the in clique, if you're not in the influential, powerful clique, then you are not shit. I'm just gonna put it to you like that. I'm sorry, I have an expletive right now, and X JW X something, right? I want to go. I want to go. But yeah, transparency. That's the Armageddon. That's Jehovah's Armageddon. Jehovah's Armageddon. Transparency. Okay? What do you got to say about that? We're going to make the two witness rule transparent. We're going to get that database transparent. Before it's over with, the whole internet's going to know every single name on that database and then some. And everybody who knew, and everybody who was aiding and abetting, and who gossiped about it and didn't do anything, yes, all your names will be out in the future. I'm here to tell you. You don't believe me? Go ahead. Continue to be in your fantasy delusional Jehovah bubble. I don't care. You can be in that bubble sitting in a 2x4 jail cell for all I care. And you can still scream persecution. I don't care. You're going to be in jail screaming persecution. At least you won't be able to cover it up anymore or do worse, you know. I mean, what kind of person covers up child abuse, you know? I mean, listen. If you're somebody who believes in spirituality, and you know these are powerless children, and in the name of God and in the Bible, you're justifying covering this up. You're justifying it, and you're not only justifying it and enforcing the cover-up, but you're turning around and bullying these kids because their families they don't have any status, they don't have any rank. They're not influential in the congregation. So you're targeting these little kids. And now you want to scream persecution because karma has caught up with you? Waking Possum in the live chat says, sounds like new light. LOL. You see, Jehovah's Witnesses, your organization doesn't care about you. They're not going to teach you social media strategy. But if you come on my channel, you're going to learn about it. I know right now you're still thinking Jehovah, Jehovah, and Jehovah is going to fix all this. But while you're doing that, this stuff is catching up on you. Because Kingdom Hall Yelp reviews are very powerful. You know, when you go from door to door and you're telling people to go to jw.org, they're going to go on Yelp and look at your Kingdom Hall reviews. They're going to look at your Facebook reviews, you know. All right, so just a recap of social media engagement for dummies, the first part of it. People want to connect to people. Your brand, your personal brand, or your business brand needs a clear voice. You need clear rules of engagement. You need a plan. And you want to make your posts and your videos not just something that people passively take in, but something that starts a conversation. That gets people moving, you know, that gets them interested. So there's that. Boom. Let's see. We also have another page here, the basics of social media engagement. There's tools to discover things. There are tools to assess your impact. And I love this. I'm going to dig into this a little more. I'm going to go back and do another layer of photo reading and do a deeper layer of mind mapping on that part. It's under the first part, basics of social media engagement, assess the impact. I want to be able to track the impact of these videos right here, like this one that we're doing. You know, just how much impact do we all have together when we do a live stream like this? And when I go on to your live streams, and when we go on to other people's live streams, or other people's YouTubes, or WordPress blogs, or whatever it is, what kind of impact are they having? What kind of impact are we having? And how can we tweak it even more? The analytics, the metrics, the numbers. The numbers are our friends, you see. Jehovah's Witnesses, the numbers aren't their friends because they fudge on them. You know, when they tell you it's 10,000 hours of field service time, those hours might have been 15 minutes of that hour. Remember, they tell you you can count a whole hour if you witness for 15 minutes, right? Oh, honey, that is Jehovah's math, boo. That is sanctified by Jehovah, boo. Well, all right, so we've got assessing the impact, right? Okay. The basic engagement tools are email, blogs, websites, forums, Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, LinkedIn. And remember, you can use LinkedIn not just for professional purposes. You can use it for activism, for ex-Jehovah's Witness activism, yes. Think out of the box, okay? Don't be afraid to get creative, okay? You're in the driver's seat. That's why you're here and now. You have a purpose, and you're the one to decide how you're going to do this, okay? So you've got LinkedIn, Google+, and location-based services, okay? Engagement is the key, and you got to stay regularly engaged with people, all right? So you want to be able to leverage audio and video engagement, okay? All right. Build trust and credibility, all right? So You know, we all research our stuff. We present information. We share. Excuse me. You know, and so we build a connection with each other. Because remember, we all have that need. We all have that need to engage and connect. All right, let's see. Assessing trust and credit. Oh, this is good right here. Analyzing sentiment and impact. Here are some of the tools. You ready? All right, check this out. You've got sisomos.com. S as in Sam, Y, S as in Sam, O, M as in Michael, O, S as in Sam.com. Sisomos.com. SalesforceMarketingCloud.com. SalesforceMarketingCloud.com. PeopleBrowser.com. Now, when you spell browser, leave the E out. So it's one word, peoplebrowser.com, but leave the E out of browser. Okay? Simply Measured with a D, simplymeasured.com, and socialmention.com. These are just a few of your analytical tools that you can use to measure just how much impact and sentiment you're having on your social media sites. Another tip is to use annotations. Now, I haven't been using annotations on my YouTube videos, but they can help you to create playlists, create ads, to set expectations, to feature other people's channels. I think that's a cool idea. I'd like to use annotations to feature your channel. Like Denise Hedberg and some of the other people out here, Sarah Pettigrew and 411 Big Boss.
Hey, Gary Honeyboo. Gary says, sorry I'm late, honey. I went to the ER for a dog bite, honey. If I find out whose dog, boo. Oh, boo, I'm sorry you got bit by a dog, boo. Boo, that sounds to be scary, boo. Are you okay, honey, boo? I hope you didn't have to get stitches, honey. And Denise Hedberg 66 says, quitting door-to-door, boo. All those useless hours. Poor JWs, honey, boo. That is true, honey, boo. All them door-to-door hours. Boo, I don't know, boo. I might have reached one person once a month, boo. We used to go from door to door. We used to knock on them doors over and over and over, boo. And then sometimes, boo, sometimes we rang the doorbell like, you know, we were, okay, honey, let me tell you something, honey, boo. I'm going to tell you something, boo, okay? So one time, boo, we only did this one time, boo, okay? I'm telling you, okay? We only did this. I swear we only did this one time, okay, boo? But, honey, okay, honey. So, honey, you got to promise not to tell anybody, okay, honey, boo? Do you promise not to tell anybody, okay? You got to swear not to tell a soul, boo, okay? So, honey, what we did, boo. So what we did, so one day, you know, when the second overseer was there, and we didn't want to go out in service, boo, and so we did have to go out in service, and what we did was, we went to the door, boo. We pretended to go to the door, and then we pretended to ring the doorbell, but we really didn't ring it, but we just put the finger right there. And then from a distance, they don't know, right? And so then we like soft knock, we pretend to knock, boo, but we weren't really knocking. And then, so when they turned the corner, boo, and went to the other street, we stood out by the tree, boo. We stood out there for the rest of the field service time, boo. So when we saw them come back from the corner, boo, we pretended like we had just got done, boo. We had a good time too. We was gossiping out there about all kinds of stuff, boo. Now, you know, that sister told me about the Austerity Royal Commission and all that. I was like, what? She was like, yeah, honey, girl. And she was like, go on and Google that on your cell phone right quick. I was like, really? Let me Google that, boo. Honey, boo.
Wow, so you were cheating in field service.
Well, honey, you don't call it cheating, boo, but I've been doing this for so long, boo, and ain't nobody listening anyway. Like I said, I might find one person once a month, boo. I might find one person once a month, boo, as opposed to 1,000 over on the internet, boo.
That's true. It is true. I mean, even if you only get 20 views on your YouTube video, that's still a lot more people than you ever would have reached in a whole week's time of field service.
Boo, more like a whole decade's time of field service, boo.
I know. You know what? And by the way, I'm going to have to put that out here. How about all these elders people, elders and elders' wives and pioneers and auxiliary pioneers, and none of them had ever any Bible studies. They never had nobody come to the Kingdom Hall. They would go out every single day, right? They'd be pounding the pavement every day, hours and hours, and never ever get anybody. And then when you worked with them from door to door, they sucked. Like, they couldn't even get anybody to open the door, and when they did, they offended the person. The person would slam the door. I had one person tell me, "You can come back, but he can't," pointing to the other person that was with me. "You can come back and see me, but he can't." Because they're so arrogant and self-righteous. You know what, Jehovah's Witnesses? You can keep being arrogant and self-righteous and tell yourself you're being persecuted. I don't care. But I don't think it's working for you anymore. Apparently it's not financially. And isn't that where it counts? Isn't that where it counts? I mean, if you don't have any money, you can't have any kingdom halls. Let Russia be an example to you. Oops, did I say Russia? I didn't mean to say anything like that.
Oh, honey, you just starting all kinds of mess, boo. You just stirring all kinds of mess, honey, boo.
Yeah, well. All right. Another book we covered was Teach Yourself Visually Search Engine Optimization. All right. Now this is where it gets really fun. Keywords, because you can find keywords in all kinds of places. You can find keywords through Google. Like, you can start off with a keyword. Let's say you want to find out the latest and hottest topics in a particular area, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Well, you can Google hottest topics in Jehovah's Witnesses. There you go. You can just start right there with the first thought you have, put it in quotation marks, and from there, look at the websites that are coming up, and from there, you'll determine which ones are relevant to you or more relevant than others, right? And from there, you start clicking their websites, and you look at their content and the words and language they're using, and from there you're going to get some ideas for keywords. Okay. Another way you can do this, you can go to semrush.com. S as in Sam, E as in Eric, M as in Matthew, R as in Richard, U as in Utah, S as in Sam, H as in Harry. semrush.com. And there you can analyze keywords. You have a lot of information about keywords. Another place you can get ideas for keywords is to go to your local public library or to your local bookstore or even Amazon and look up books that are in that topic. Like, you can go to XJW books, people that are XJWs that wrote books, and you can look at their table of their index, if they have an index, and you can find keywords into that. So it works with any topic, any subject. You can get pick up books and go into the index of the book, and you'll have all kinds of ideas for keyword searches that you can use to find information on that particular topic that that book covers. All right. Another thing, another place you can go to is called keyworddiscovery.com. Once again, It will help you to sharpen up and analyze your keywords. Not all keywords have the same quality. You don't want to use the same keywords to optimize your posts. When you post your YouTube videos, in the description, this is where you want to place specific keywords, okay? And which keywords are the right ones? Well, that depends on the topic of your video. Even if your video is a rant, even if you think your video has nothing to do with the Ex-Jehovah Witness activism or something, you can tie it in some kind of way through keywords, okay? So you can sit back and chill, but still be doing something. We still have a powerful effect, and you don't have to struggle or sweat, you know. All right. So in your YouTube video descriptions, you can put certain keywords like jw.org, Watchtower, Jehovah's Witnesses. So when people Google those keywords, because they, think about it. A householder, a person at the door seeing Jehovah's Witnesses and jw.org, they're going to Google jw.org. So how great would it be to have your video come up on the first page?
Oh, honey, I don't appreciate you showing people that. You better not be doing that, honey. Why are you doing that, bro? You better not be doing that.
All right, another place you can check out keywords, especially for YouTube, is ads.youtube.com/keyword_tool. So that's ads.youtube.com/keyword_tool. And another website is webseoanalytics.com. Webseoanalytics.com. So these are some tools that you can use with the keywords when you're writing your descriptions on your YouTubes. You can use your YouTube to still do 2 and 3 and 4 other functions other than just the main purpose. And it's kind of like an efficiency thing, You're doing what is that saying? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're not really killing anything, though. But you know what I'm saying. All right. So description. Think about the keywords. Think about the title, time codes, and links. You want to grab the viewer's attention. You want to be honest. You want to put the topic first and then the brand second. Follow up, tags, have at least 15 tags. So if you're doing XJW videos, jw.org is a tag. Jehovah, Watchtower, Jehovah's Witnesses, Watchtower Bible Tract Society, Daily Text, Summer Convention, Best Live Ever, Christian Life and Ministry, CLAM, Circuit Overseer, Australian Royal Commission.
Oh, honey. Well,
Oh, and one more thing about the annotations on YouTube. They let you add subscribe buttons. So when people watch your YouTube, you can make it easier for them to click subscribe by using the annotations. You can also use it to encourage a thumbs up, likes. Alright, so we covered that. Social media, Jehovah's Witnesses. What do you think about that? Do you think it's affecting Jehovah at all? Do you think ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are affected by social media, social networking? Is it relevant? Is it a relevant conversation with Jehovah? What do you think about it? And if it isn't a relevant conversation, when will it be? Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think right about now, social media is a relevant conversation for everyone. There's this thing here. It's called social media. And it's not going away. And it's affecting all of us equally. Gary Kunkel in the live chat says, if you kept working, but not at homes, 5 or 6 times, you would find a not interested person. Count a Bible study at that point. 6 visits is real interest. 6 visits? You know what? I've known people who talked to somebody for 15 minutes and they counted that as a Bible study. True story. I kid you not. They were like, look, I've never had a Bible study my whole life. I'm trying to get brownie points. And this person smiled at me. So guess what? I'm putting BS down on this field service record. BS for Bible study, not bullshit. Bible study, okay? All right? It's not BS as in bullshit. It's BS as in Bible study. All right? I know that's what you were thinking, but that's not how it was. It was Bible study. All right, Denise Hedberg in the live chat says, if you can't find the dog, don't they make you get rabies shots? Oh, yeah. Gary, you were bitten by the dog. He says, if I need another tetanus shot, I'm never going back to the meetings. I don't know. I tell you what, I'd rather get bitten by a dog than have to go back to the Jehovah's Witness meetings. But I'd rather not have either one. But if I had to choose, you know what I mean? I'd rather go bobbing for apples in an open sewer than go back to the Jehovah's Witness meetings. Okay? Okay? And while I'm on that topic, the Jehovah's Witness meetings are so freaking boring. I'm going to be honest with you. Your meetings are terribly boring. Wah, 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 Jehovah, wah, 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 Armageddon, wah, 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 field service, wah, 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 Christian life and ministry, wah, 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 wah. And then you have to time your comments. What? You're going to be timed. There's a mofo in the back of the Kingdom Hall with a stopwatch, and he's timing every freaking body's comment. All right, brother Billy Boo is answering, and he's old. He's freaking 98 years old. You know, he's creeping into the Kingdom Hall. It takes him 2 hours to get through the door, okay? He's not even all there. And this mofo in the back of the Kingdom Hall is timing this old brother's comment. And it takes brother Billy Boo about 20 minutes to speak one word. You know, all he can say is Jehovah. It's like a little kid, except he's old, all right? And this fool here is like, oh, no, 40 seconds. Billy Boo barely got J out. No, what kind of mess is that? You're supposed to make space for old brothers like this so they can make their comment. But you're being a freaking Jehovah Nazi and timing people in their comments. You know? Fuck. Excuse my French, but I just had to say that. Is that short enough for you? Can I just say fuck into the microphone? Oh, honey, don't be doing that, Bo. Don't be doing that, honey, child. Okay, honey. So Gary in the chat says, Gary says, I was in the Watchtower for 30 years, honey boo. Rabies are scared of me, honey. You will be too. If I ever agree to do my own tube, I want your dog, honey. It's a deal. And you better not be Korean. Oh, Wanda, you ain't right, bro. And Denise Hedberg, she says, I think it's 7 shots, honey boo. Fuck. All right, we've got 6 viewers in the viewing thing. We've got Denise Hedberg in the live chat, Gary Kunkel, Waken Possum, Mia T, 411 Big Boss. We had Guitar up in here earlier, Bob's daughter. So it's all good. Thank you for tuning in. Today we're talking about social media. More specifically, JW elders who delete their Twitter page after having been tweeted to about the Australian Royal Commission, child abuse, pedophile database, Urban Zalkin, Stephanie Fessler, Shepherding the Flock book, WatchtowerDocuments.org, everything, you know? Bam, bam. Why you running from me? Why you running from me? Why you running from me? I said, why you running? Why you running from me? Why you running from me? Why you running from me? I got so much information to share. I really do. I have a lot of info to share. And I can't wait to share it with you. So why do you run away from me? If you are a Jehovah's Witness and you've been abused as a child, you've been sexually abused, you can email me at operationultra2015@gmail.com, and I can send you a resource kit that can help you, and I can put you in touch with a support community. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to suffer alone. Okay? And there's a lot of good people out here that will love you for who you are. There's a lot of great people out here. Okay? Still gotta watch out, you know. Not everyone's compatible. But in general, there's a lot of good people out here. And we got them right here on this live stream.
Oh yeah, honey, I know that's right. We got a lot of good people, honey boo. Wiggin Possum says my glass is full, honey. I'm back. What are you drinking, honey boo?
I'll tell you what I'm drinking right now. Let's take a look. I'm drinking something called Far Out IPA, Bootleggers Brewery, West Coast style India Pale. And it is good. It is. Woo! Mm. 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 Tangy. 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 Whoa, I love it. I like my beers ice cold, by the way. I like them where there's partially frozen beer crystals. Super, super ice cold. I cannot stand to drink beer at room temperature. I just would rather not drink any beer. So, but yeah, and there's a certain kind of beer I drink. I don't drink the regular Budweiser crap. I just won't drink it. That's all there is. Bye. I like certain kinds of IPAs, microbrews. But anyway, yeah. Oh, by the way, I've got this book called Beyond Infinity, an expedition to the outer limits of mathematics. What a great book. It's by this person called Eugenia Chang. So she's like this math person, and math used to scare me. I'm serious. I used to hate numbers. I still get irked by numbers, by the way, but I feel like I've gotten better at it because I forced myself to photo read a lot of financial books and math books and books on numbers, like this one called Beyond Infinity. And you know, I tell you, the Jehovah's Witness mindset really messes you up because you're thinking that Armageddon is going to be here any minute. So you don't have to worry about budgeting or saving, you know. I can't tell you how many Jehovah's Witnesses are running up their credit card bills. You know it. You know it's true. Thinking Armageddon's going to be here tomorrow and they don't have to pay their $30,000 credit card bill the date I made. Okay, on some junk, on freaking tennis shoes and freaking flat screen TVs to look at worldly movies, by the way. You know, and worldly clothes with name brands, worldly logos on them. But they ran up the credit card bills and eating out. Eating out is another thing. A lot of Jehovah's Witnesses in the middle class Western world, they will run out and max out their credit card bills. Yes, I'm putting this stuff out. I'm putting out the skeletons out of the closet, the financial skeletons of the average JW. You know this is true. Don't deny it. Don't lie to me. If you're an average middle class or even upper middle class Jehovah's Witness, you know you go out to eat way too much because you don't have time to sit at home and cook. You have to go out and do Jehovah stuff and work and sleep somewhere in between that. So eating out is going to cost you. It's expensive. It adds up. You eat out 3 and 4 times a week, especially if you have more than 2 people in your family. You're going to pay some money. At the end of that month, you might spend $1,000 or $2,000 on just eating out. On just eating out. Am I right or am I right? Right? So after your Kingdom Hall meeting, your church services, all right? For people who don't know, Kingdom Hall meeting means church service. All right, after the Kingdom Hall services, you're going to go out in field service, right? But you're going to be hungry somewhere in between, right? Because you just had 2 hours of meeting, and then you're going to go out another hour or 2 in field service. So somewhere in between, you're going to need food, all right? And you're going to be tired. You're not going to be cooking. You're going to go get something from the restaurants, whether it's fast food or whatever. And if you have a wife or a husband and kids, that's easily a minimum of $20, $30 to $100, $150, even more. Some people have a lot of kids too. It's like, wow, you don't even have a high school diploma. You just got married after getting your GED. Like literally, they handed you the GED, and then you just kind of swivered to the left and said, I do, and got married in the same breath. And then, before the crack of dawn of the next day, you already popped out 5 churros. Like, whoa, where did the 9-month gestation period go? Like, bam, like that's the Jehovah way type of, yeah. You know what I'm talking about. There's these people, Jehovah's Witnesses, they barely graduate high school and they're already married and with bunches of churros. And you don't even have an education, no money. You got a lot of churros, not children, but churros. If you have more than three children, you've got churros. Like if you're on number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 trillion, you got churros. How horny. You leave those people alone, bro. They just very fruitful and fertile, bro. All right, so I'm doing a screen share here. This is the book, Beyond Infinity, An Expedition to the Outer Limits of Mathematics, Eugenia Cheng. This is a very trippy book. It's a very, very trippy book. And yes, I'm veering off the XJW thing. You know, I'm taking a short break. You want to take a short break from the XJW thing? Like a mini retirement, mini break? Within the XJW thing, we can still take breaks within the XJW thing, right? All right, cool. So anyway, one of my interests is math. Basically, I'm facing a math phobia, or like this repellent I've had since years and years. Um, it handicapped me. I'm going to be a little bit vulnerable here. This is very personal to me. But some years back, I had problems managing my money, and I don't think that's really a big deal in some sense, but it's still kind of personal to me. And I'm just putting myself out there right now a little bit, and I'm kind of feeling uncomfortable. But at the same time, I feel like me doing this can help you, or maybe someone else listening who has gone through that, or who's going through that, because we all don't just go through XJW stuff. We all go through human stuff, you know. And one of the things many people go through is financial management issues, being able to hold on to your money, managing it better, budgeting, saving, being frugal, um, understanding what prosperity and wealth and all that is about, and math and numbers. You know, math and money and financial management and wealth go hand in hand. And one of the problems Jehovah's Witnesses, as a rule in general, I'm not saying everyone, you might be an exception, I might be an exception, you know, we might be an exception to this, we may or may not, but as a rule, Jehovah's Witnesses have a problem with math. I've detected that. And it starts with the way we're told to count field service hours. We're told that if we do at least 15 minutes of preaching, then we can count an hour. 15 minutes is not an hour. Okay? 15 minutes is not a freaking hour. An hour is 60 minutes, okay? They wouldn't say, hey, if you give us a $15 donation, we'll pretend you donated $60. They're not going to say that. So why would they let you slide with the time? Not for you. Okay? So when you see the amount of hours that the Jehovah's Witnesses tell you, oh, we got 10 million hours this year, and we're growing and international and worldwide and blah, blah, blah. You take that 10 million hours and you multiply it by a fourth, and that's the real time. All right, so Beyond Infinity. I can't see the chat room right now, but I'm going to grab the book and the mind map right about now.
Up there in utopia, where nothing will ever be enough, ever enough. So comfortable living in a bubble, so comfortable we cannot see the trouble. So tight, your rose-colored glasses on, and the party on. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on real. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, I think we're free. Train is one zombie. We're all jamming to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Are we floating? Keep sweeping it under the mat. Thought we could do better tonight. I hope we can. So comfortable we're living in a bubble, bubble. So comfortable we cannot see the trouble, trouble. So high, rose-colored glasses on, and the party on. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance, dance, dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, I think we're free. Train is one zombie. We're all jamming to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. Turn it up, it's your favorite song. Dance, dance, dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted zombie. Yeah, I think we're free. Train is one zombie. We're all jamming to the rhythm, to the rhythm, to the rhythm. It is my desire, break down the walls to connect, inspire. Hey, open up your high place liar. Time is ticking for the empire. The truth that feeds people, as so many times before. The greed of all the people. They stumble and they tumble and they really but the riot. They walk up the road of the lion. Turn it up, dance, dance, dance to the distortion. Turn it up, keep it on repeat. Stumbling around like a wasted back. I think we're free. Somewhere we're all chained to the rhythm. It's going on. It goes on and on and on and on. Because we're all chained to the rhythm. Una pierna que respira, veneno de serpiente, por el camino del viento, veneno de serpiente, una pierna que respira, veneno de serpiente, por el camino del viento.
All right.
All right, boo. We are going to talk about Beyond Infinity, boo. Okay, boo. So what we got, boo? Boo, I don't know what this is. This is a very trippy book. This is a very trippy book, boo. I feel like an LSD trip or a magic mushroom trip or something, boo. You know, I don't know what's what, boo. I don't know if I'm coming or going, if I'm expanded or contracted, boo. This Beyond Infinity is something else, boo.
All right. So Beyond Infinity, I have to say, the way, although this has numbers, don't be afraid of numbers now, because the way she puts it to you here is funny. It's engaging. It's really fun. It's not like what you had in college or in high school or whatever, where it was hard and intimidating and boring. None of that stuff. No, you got to let go of your bias and your prejudice. You know how there's racism and sexism and all of that? Well, there's mathism. There's people who want to categorize math as boring or techie or geeky or intimidating or too hard, you want to toss it into the too hard file right quick. And I'm telling you, hey, hold up a minute. You know what kind of fun you might be missing out on? Yeah, um, check this out. Numbers have all kinds of magical meanings. And did you know that numbers equal certain letters in certain systems and codes? Yeah. Um, and there's certain kinds of codes encoded into books and even mathematical equations. It's really trippy. Anyway, Beyond Infinity, an expedition to the outer limits of mathematics by Eugenia Chang. Now, I'll read you a little bit about it. So this is what she says. Imagine something small enough to fit in your head, but too large to fit in the world or even into the universe. So like the first sentence is already blowing my mind. Okay. It's small enough to fit into my head, but it's too large to fit into the world or even the universe. So what? Yeah, it's already trippy, you know? Look, I didn't write the book. This is a mathematician. This is what today's math is. It's trippy. Look, you got to be able to use your imagination. So if you're like a gamer or a comic book fan or a Star Trekkie, you can be with me on this, all right? But if you're like a diehard Jehovah's Witness,
No, baby, you're gonna be left behind in this math, boo.
all right, let's move on. What would you call it? Well, what would it be? How about infinity? So infinity is the king of the nooks and crannies, while at the same time being the king of the biggest infinity, the absolute. You know what that reminds me of? At least the idea. It reminds me of that Hindu deity Ganesha. You know that huge elephant riding on the little mouse? Yeah. Anyway, it's just an idea. All right, so it says here, in Beyond Infinity, musician, chef, and mathematician Eugenia Cheng answers this question by taking readers on a startling journey from math at its most elemental to its loftiest abstractions. Beginning with the classic thought experiment of Hilbert's Hotel. All right, check this out. Hilbert's Hotel, the place where you can almost always find a room if you don't mind being moved from room to room over the course of the night. Okay, so Hilbert's Hotel, imagine infinity. If you're trying to understand this concept mathematically, all right, what infinity is, imagine this hotel, Hilbert's Hotel, all right? Now, you can almost always find a room in this place. It's infinity. If, granted, you don't mind being moved from room to room over the course of the night. Now, that's infinity. It's ever expanding, increasing, and changing. You got to move. You can't be stagnant, Jehovah's Witnesses.
Oh, honey, they will never understand that, boo. You know that Jehovah math ain't compatible with infinity, whatever that word is, boo.
nothing now. I'm getting closer. I'll dress my love.
Have I scared you away? I know this channel has scary topics. I know that, the child abuse stuff and math. Look, you gotta have some balls to watch this channel. Alright, whether you're female or male, you gotta have some cojones, some chutzpah, You gotta have some chutzpah to watch this channel, to tune in, because I'm gonna put it to you, okay? And today, and right now, and tonight, it's the math stuff. So if you're scary, if you're one of those little puny people that's scared of numbers, are you scared of numbers? Well, then it's okay. You ain't gotta be scared. It's just numbers. It's just printed things on a piece of paper, really. Anyway, so check this out. So the author explores the wild and woolly world of the infinitely large and the infinitely small. Along the way, she considers weighty questions like why some numbers are unaccountable, or why infinity plus 1 is not the same as 1 plus infinity. Check that out. 1 plus infinity is not the same as infinity plus 1? No. Okay. All right. I know I'm geeky. I know I'm nerdy. I know, you're probably thinking, so what? I'm hungry. I want a pizza, or, I can't wait to get off work right about now. Or, I've got 20 more minutes to go on this stationary bike, and then I'll be ready to take a shower and go home. I know, but seriously, check this out. Look. So, numbers are all about accountability, right? I mean, count, the word count, C-O-U-N-T, is in accountability. So how can numbers not be accountable? How can they be unaccountable? She says here, questions like why some numbers are unaccountable, or why infinity plus 1 is not the same as 1 plus infinity. She finds insight in some unlikely examples, like planning a dinner party for 7 billion people, or using a chessboard. Wait a minute, planning a dinner party for 7 billion people by using a chessboard? What the heck kind of weird crap is that? I told you this was a trippy book. Oh, honey, that ain't nothing but worldly knowledge. What is she on? Psychedelics, boo? I tell you, these mathematicians and engineers and NASA scientists, I believe they're taking psychedelics, honey, boo. I think they're drinking some magic mushroom liquids or some dimethyltryptamine, boo, or marijuana, boo, or something, boo. I know they're taking something, boo. This is some trippy stuff. How are you going to use a chess ball, boo, to plan a dinner party for 7 billion people? That's almost everybody on this globe, boo. Well, yeah, because there's 8 billion people now? Yeah, boo. And what does a chess ball have to do with a dinner party for 7 billion? I don't know, 7 billion people. And then check this out. She finds insight in some unlikely examples, like we said, planning a dinner party for 7 billion people using a chessboard, making a chicken sandwich. What is a chicken sandwich sandwich? That's a chicken sandwich inside of a chicken sandwich. A chicken sandwich inside of a chicken sandwich. And creating infinite cookies from a finite ball of dough. I'll tell you more about math than you could have imagined. Wait a minute. You're going to create infinite cookies from a finite ball of dough? How does that work? Well, mathematically, she's going to show you in this book. But think about it for a minute. Infinity, I've always thought infinity doesn't end. It's never ending. It's everlasting, right? Like if you have an infinite bank account of money, wouldn't that be like everlasting? Like, you could just shop forever and you would never run out, right? You should have an infinite pile of money, right? But you're creating that infinite pile of money from a finite pile of dough of resources that create money. Let's say, okay, so like, I don't have the word for it. I'm just going to call it dough, but it's the cause that creates money. Whether it's blood, sweat, and tears of working, going to school, getting your degree, working a job for 20, 30 years, really working it, right? We'll call that dough, okay? So you have a finite amount of that, time, energy, and resources that can create an infinite amount of cookies, of benefits, of results. That's what this is saying, and it can be proven mathematically. Would that not be something of interest to you? I mean, look at who you are and where you're at in this life right now. Whether you're an ex-Jehovah's Witness or a Jehovah's Witness, or someone who's never been a Jehovah's Witness, whoever you are listening right now, look at that where you're at and everything you've got right now, where you came from, your history, and all of that you bring to the table to yourself right now. Imagine a table, an internal table where you're bringing all of who you are to that table. There's a finite amount of it, right? We all get born and we all die. There is a finite amount of our life energy. But from that, we can create an infinite amount of results, or quote unquote cookies, right? Projects or masterpieces or legacies. Yeah. You see why I like this book? You see now, it's not just being a geek that, oh, I love numbers, and no, I'm afraid of numbers, but I still face that fear. I know it's silly. I know you're probably laughing at me. But we all have silly fears. This stuff had plagued me for decades, I'm telling you. I had insufficient funds for a long time, and it was stupid stuff like $1 insufficient funds. And then I'd get charged $30 insufficient fund fees. Because I was overdrawn $1 or something, But it was just, I refused to look at my bank account. I refused to add the math. I refused to work with the numbers. I was so screwed up mentally about math and numbers. I never had a good teacher. The teachers I had, I think they were more like glorified babysitters. I don't even think they knew how to do math, really, honestly. So, yeah. I think this is a great book, an irresistible book on the universe's universe's biggest possible topic, beyond infinity, will beguile and bewitch you, and show how one little symbol, the infinity symbol, can hold the biggest idea of all. So check it out. Check it out at your local library. I got this from my library, and I happen to live right across the street of a library. Yes, that's hardcore dedication. I live across from a major public local library. So I went in there one day a couple of weeks ago and checked out the news section, and I found this beauty. Yeah, it was right after I'd asked the research librarian about social media and how it impacts institutions and organizations and churches, and the importance and the relevance of social media. And he gave me some good recommendations, like a book called Socialnomics by Eric Flauman. I think I covered that in another live stream earlier, last week or week before. But yeah, we're still talking about social media. We kind of veered off into mathematics. Trying to I'm trying to persuade you to kind of embrace numbers more. I know that I still get. It's weird. I'm kind of split. I have this side of me that's irked about numbers still, and I'm still trying to. I'm still seeing myself as someone who's phobic of numbers, but at the same time, I have photo read so many math books and financial books, and I mean I've even become a certified tax preparer, for Christ's sake, if I could say that. But I still have that side of me that says, but wait a minute, I'm supposed to feel phobic of math and numbers now. I'm still, there's still this part of me for some reason that holds to that old structure of knowing myself, even though that's not me anymore. I think I'm quite good. I mean, I passed the tax certification things, and people told me I've done very well. I've helped them, and I mean, obviously, I'm reading books on math like this one and enjoying them and understanding them. So I don't know. It's crazy. That's the human condition, You're not always going to have the same levels. You're going to have ups and downs with yourself. Be compassionate to yourself. Be humble. Be humble before yourself. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Honey, be quiet, boo. Let me see what they got in the live chat, boo. We got in the live chat, boo. I want to see what we got in the live chat, boo. So, boo, we got 5 viewers up in here, boo. And we got Waking Possum, boo. Coca-Cola and Ice, boo. Southern Comfort, boo. Boo, yes, boo. Waking Possum is fighting with that Southern Comfort, boo. Southern Comfort and Coca-Cola, boo. and then Waking Possum in the live chat says the answer is always 400. Any word, try it. Like Bob. Bob is 3 letters. 3 is 5 letters. 5 is 4 letters, boo. The answer is 4. Any word, boo. And then Waking Possum said Jehovah is 7 letters, boo. 7 is 5 letters. 5 is 4 letters. Answer is 4, boo. Hey, JW Suicides, honey child. JW Suicides, boo. I love you, boo. JW Suicide says, howdy, honey. 4 a.m. here, and I woke up at the wrong time. But at least it's Sister Smith time, honey, boo. Hey, baby, I love you, baby.
Waking Possum, that's very interesting. I want to talk a little bit more about what you just said. That is so interesting. So Waking Possum says the answer is always 4. So he says any word, try it. Like Bob. Bob is 3 letters. Okay. All right. We got that. Bob is 3 letters. B-O-B. 3 is 5 letters. So the word 3. T-H-R. Those are 3. And then you've got the 2 E's, which is 5. 3 is 5 letters. The word 3 is 5 letters, okay? So we had Bob, which is 3 letters, right? B-O-B. So the numeral 3, imagine that, okay? And then if we write it out as the word 3, that equals to the number 5. So 3 is connected to the number 5 in the English word 3. You follow that? You follow that? Let me go over it one more time. I know some people are not used to this kind of connecting. We're making new connections. All right. So imagine yourself weaving a basket, or imagine looking at a network, right? If you're a computer person, imagine yourself looking at a computer network, perhaps a star configuration. All right. If you're somebody, if you're a homemaker, maybe you knit or crochet, or you know how to braid hair. Imagine different strands you're weaving or braiding together. Okay, and we're going to make new braids and new weavings. All right. Um, if you're someone who's mechanically inclined, if you're someone who maybe tinkers around with radios or cars or bicycles, imagine new connections, imagine new types of engines or new types of motors with unique different connections and configurations. All right. So let's go back to this. Waken Possum says the answer is always 4, and he has the numeral 4. Any word tried. So we had Bob, B-O-B, which was 3. There's 3 letters in B-O-B, right? Okay. The word 3 is actually 5 letters. T-H-R-E-E. Okay. The word 5, F-I-V-E, is 4 letters. So you see, the answer is 4. Any word. Now, I wanna explore that. I'm not saying necessarily that I agree or disagree, but what I would like to do is explore that. Okay? So let's say hypothetically that were true. Why is 4 important? So here's my interpretation of why 4 would be important. And once again, I want to pre-qualify to you that I'm not necessarily saying that I'm agreeing or disagreeing with Waken Possum. But what I am doing is that I'm exploring the hypothetical assumption that Waken Possum would be correct in that. Okay? Okay? It's okay to explore something. It doesn't mean that you have changed your mind. It doesn't mean that you have renounced who you are. It just means that you're exploring. Okay? It's like playing a video game. You know, when you're playing video games and you're chopping people's heads off, and you're shooting people and you're stabbing people and blood is gushing from their neck, it doesn't make you a killer, right? You're still going to go to the Kingdom Hall and raise your hand and Jehovah rise, right? Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah. Okay? So this is the same thing. You can explore another viewpoint that perhaps contradicts you. You can explore that like a video game. You know, you're still going to go sit there and watch those R-rated movies, even though the Gobos told you not to. Even though Watchtower told you you're going to be sliced and diced. Jehovah's going to slice your booty at Armageddon if you watch that R-rated movie that you just got done watching for the 8th time. All right? So you can do this, all right? All right? So let's explore that. Why do I think 4 is important? Check this out. We have 4 directions. We have north, south, east, and west. Whenever you need to orient yourself, right, to the real world, to the everyday world, where do you start? In the 4 directions. Subconsciously, you know, you got to orient yourself to the here and now, the planet Earth. Sanity, right? Or at least consensus reality. You know, 8 billion of us, what we call reality. Is it reality? Who knows? But it's reality for 8 billion of us. Right? Let's just be honest, right? Because beyond planet Earth, we really don't know what's what. Okay? Time and space is relative. All right? And that's mathematically proven. But hey, you know, So I think 4 is very crucial because if you look at a square, we even have it in our language. 4 square meals, right? The 4 directions, the 4 cardinal directions. Um, the word fair is very closely phonetically, I think I'm saying it right, phonetically, related to 4. 4 fair square meals. And if you look at a square, all sides are equal. They're all fair. They're all just. Standing on your square, that is another figure of speech. Standing on your square. So, let's say if we hypothetically said Waken Possum's 4 statement was absolutely correct, I think there is something to it. But once again, I want to reiterate that I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just exploring that path. And it's okay to be able to explore someone else's path. You know, that's why we all exist. That's how you can get to know yourself. You can get to know yourself better by exploring a different path from your own. And you don't have to explore every single different path. You know, some paths are not for you to explore. Some paths are not for me to explore. Okay? That's why you're here. You decide what path you want to explore. Okay? But I will tell you this. If you explore a path of denial, of covering up child abuse, most likely that path will entail some very, 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 very deep pain. And I'm not just talking about the obvious physical pain necessarily. Okay. So we've got 6 viewers tonight. Thank you for tuning in. We've got a lot of cool people in the live chat. JW Suicides, Waken Possum, Denise Hedberg, Guitar, Gary Kunkel, Mia T, Bob's Daughter, Big Boss 411. All right. All right. So let's see what they're saying in the live chat. All right. JW Suicide says, "Hey, Haunted Sam!" All right. Waking Possum in the live chat says, "Suicides is 8 letters. 8 is 5 letters. Okay, so the word 8 is 5 letters. The word 5 is 4 letters. 4 is 4 letters. The answer is 4. Okay, Waking Possum. I like that. JW Suicide says, Jehovah Rise, LOL. And Waking Possum says, just think little math tricks make it more fun. I like you, Waking Possum. I like your cute possum picture. Is that a possum with sunshades? Yeah, possums. They look cute, you know, but they'll bite the heck out of your hand. They'll bite right through your bone. Possums are not to be meant as pets. They're not like cats or dogs. They are very scary animals. They're very aggressive, hostile animals, like hyenas. So we're still talking about social media. We're still talking about Jehovah's Witness elders completely deleting their Twitter pages after having been tweeted to. about all of the child abuse stuff with Jehovah's Witnesses, Australian Royal Commission, Stephanie Fessler case, the Erwin Dawkins, Candace Conti. I'll tell you something. When I was a little kid, an elder bullied me, and this elder knew what I was going through. This elder knew I was getting violently beaten and also sexually abused. But this elder said that he wanted to keep the congregation clean. The thing is, the elder wasn't even in my congregation. So he went out of his way, because he was out of his own congregational jurisdiction. And he went out of his way to target me. I have my suspicions as to why. But, you know, I've given him a chance to talk to me. I've given him plenty of time to go on and do the right thing and, you know, contact law enforcement, district attorney's office. I've already turned in all the information that I know about the congregations there, my own personal situation, and other things that were told to me. But this elder refuses. And, you know, on average, the average child molester, statistics show they go on to molest 100 to 300 people, 300 kids, 100 to 300 kids in a lifetime, if not caught, if not treated. So with this two-witness rule in place with Jehovah's Witnesses, there are hundreds of kids per person. Per person. Hundreds of children's lives ruined, damaged. I wouldn't want anyone else to go through what I went through. And if I can do anything in my lifetime to stop this abuse from happening to just one person, then I'm willing to do it. And if I have to give up everything I've ever known to be true, then so be it. Because that's why I'm alive. That's why you're alive. To be here and leave this place a better place than when you got here. All right. So let's take a look at JW Suicides in live chat says, I didn't know that stuff happened to you, Bob. Damn, that was wrong. Oh yeah, JW Suicides. I haven't really gotten into the details about myself and some of the things I've experienced. But, you know, I will say this. I'm no stranger to suicidal people. Let me see. I've counted up, one day I counted up the amount of people that I knew in the Jehovah's Witness organization in my locality that committed suicide. I remember one sister, let's see, I think I was in my early teens, 13 or 14, 12, 13, 14. And this lady, she was in another congregation. She was in her 30s, maybe mid-30s. She had 3 or 4 kids. And I found out that she had shot herself with a gun. And everybody was shocked, but they wouldn't have a funeral for her. I don't know what happened to her kids. But she, you know, for a woman, because most women, when they do the suicide thing, it's pills or slitting their wrist. It's rarely a gun. But this lady, this Jehovah's Witness sister, she shot herself with a gun. Um, Another one that I knew personally, her name was Ricky. You know, I never really got over that one. Even now, right now that I'm talking about it, it still bothers me. I kind of still feel like I want to, like I'm welling up, like there's a lump in my throat. Because I remember we went out in field service. I don't, I think I was 12 or 13, and Ricky was about 14, 15. No, she was 16 because she was driving. She was at least 16. And I never had a chance to really have much to do with these girls. She had two sisters, one named Dawn. I don't remember the youngest one. But their mother and the sisters, the three of them would come to Kingdom Hall. Their father was quote unquote worldly. So their mother really never got all the respect. She really tried hard. But anyway, Ricky and it was a couple of other people. We were in the car, and I remember we were early field service, quote unquote, witnessing, preaching. I think it was like 5 or 6 in the morning, business witnessing. Ricky was driving, and we were talking about like working out. We were just young teenagers, and we had our future ahead of us. And she had gone out in field service with us, and I think about a month or two later, I had heard from one of the older Jehovah's Witnesses that was going with me out in field service that Ricky had shot herself over the weekend. And it was so surreal to me because a month earlier we were sitting in the car going out in service, and I was looking at her and I was thinking she's so funny and cool. She was cracking jokes, and I did not know the pain that she must have been going through. And even to this day, I mean, I know logically I was a kid. We were all teenagers, and there was nothing I could have done, but you just don't get over that. And she's not the only one. There were so many people when I started realizing how many people had committed suicide in just the locality that I was in that actually committed the suicide that were Jehovah's Witnesses. I was shocked to realize that it was quite a bit of people, and I want to let you know, if you're Jehovah's Witness and you're thinking of suicide, you're depressed, I want to let you know that even though I don't know you and I don't see you, I love you. We love you. There are many people out here that love you, that want to let you know that you're worthy and that you're valued and that you're needed. We need your voice. We need you here to share your experience with us. We need you to connect with us, and we love you. And we make a space for you right now. All right. So, Waking Possum in the live chat says, P.S. Bob chose Possum because I felt like I was playing dead for so long when I was disfellowship. I don't bite. Old lady starting over. Oh, yeah, Waking Possum, let me tell you something about that. Today, when I was in Barnes & Noble's, I saw computer programming for seniors. And I looked at that book and I was like, dang, this is a full book. It was all pictures. It was so easy. You're going to be the future hacker, you see. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. See, a lot of elderly people and senior people and mature people and refined people and sophisticated folks, they're like, hey, this technology thing, it's kind of intimidating or whatnot. But let me tell you something. There's a way to wrap your head around it where it ain't gonna be nothing for you. I'm telling you. You already know most of the basics. You just have to kind of transfer it in a new way. All right, Waking Possum says in the live chat, instantly liked you, Bob. First time I heard you. Don't know you, but care about you. Sure, everyone here feels the same way about you. Oh, look at Waking Possum. Love you too. And I love you too. And the first time I saw you, I loved you as well. You know, there's so many great people. So many great people in this community. So many great people. Even the ones that don't really agree with me, or even the ones that don't really like me, I still appreciate you being around, you know? I still appreciate you making a buzz about me and this channel. If you're telling your friends that I suck and that I'm stupid and you hate me, I still appreciate you sharing my videos and promoting me. You know? And if you're telling your friends you love me and check him out and I loved him and check this out or whatever, I love you too, you know? It's all good, you know? It's all good. All right. All of you are invited right here. Jehovah's Witnesses, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, Seventh-day Adventist, Mormon, Scientology, Leah Ramini, Serena Williams, Marquez Houston, whatever, you know? You're welcome. Chill. You can sit and listen.
Oh, honey, I don't think Serena Williams is gonna give you the time of day, boo. You wishing, boo. That's a celebrity, boo. Ain't no celebrity gonna look at you.
Hour by hour, dancing with that feel. And you know that you are moving, you feel it in your soul. You feel it in the dance. The power has control.
Okay, JW suicides. What? Bereavement by suicide can be very different, even more painful and complex than other bereavements. Every person is so precious, so irreplaceable. I'm having current JWs these days telling me to kill myself. What? My my dad's in his 80s and got grown on computers and smartphones. Wow, JW suicide. Who is telling you to kill yourself? That's insane. That's wow, I'm sorry people are doing that. There's some cruel people out there. All right, so you know, YouTube trolls. I bet they're Jehovah's Witnesses or just people that are bored. You know, I'll tell you something. Jehovah's Witnesses, a lot of them have some pent-up hostility. Because, think about it. They can't do anything but eat. They can't celebrate nothing. They're ostracized from mainstream society. They pretty much have to give up everything to the mothership organization, JW.org. And even if you're a wealthy Jehovah's Witness family, you're still going to have to kiss butt to the COB. If you're a COB, you're still going to have to kiss butt to the RBC, the Regional Building Committee, or whatever other entity. You're still going to have to bend over, metaphorically. Even the Gobos, the Gobo girls, Jeffrey Jackson, Mark Sanders, Stephanie Letty, Anthony Mauricio, the third turd, and all those other ones. They still have to bend over for the lawyers and the president. The president?
The president, boo. Who are you talking about, boo? There's nothing but the governing body, boo.
No, there's a president too.
President? What?
Yeah, the president of the Watchtower Society.
Well, boo, he's not on the same level as the governing body, boo.
So, you mean to tell me that the president of the Watchtower Society is not on the same level as the governing body?
No, boo. The governing body's inspired, boo. They're the faithful discreet slaves. They're inspired by Jehovah, boo.
All right, but check this out. The president is like the landlord. The president of the Watchtower Society of JW.org is the one in control. He's like the one that buys the groceries, that is the landlord of the governing body's apartment, their dorms, whatever, their homes. He's the one that's in the driver's seat. And like, you don't know who he is and nobody really talks about him? You don't think there's something weird or strange about that?
Boo, what are you getting at, boo? What are you getting at?
I'm just saying. How come no one ever talks about Don Alden Adams, the president of the Watchtower Society of JW.org?
Because he's not on the same level as the governing body, boo. I done told you already. I mean, how stupid can you get? Don't you understand? The governing body is the favorite discreet slave. They are the ones inspired by Jehovah, boo. John Alden Adams, the president over the governing body, is not.
Okay, so like legally and financially, he's got control over the governing body, but spiritually, the governing body is over the president.
Yeah, boo, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, like without money, you can't have the kingdom home.
Boo, get out of my face with that before I call Jehovah on you.
Alright. Waking Possum in the live chat says, not ready for my golden Buckeye card yet. Only 50. Think a lot of current JWs are looking. It's because deep inside they're looking for a way out. Waking Possum, you make another great point. I tend to agree with Waking Possum. You know, great minds think alike. I know I'm biased. I know I'm tooting my own horn while I'm tooting Great Possum's horn. But seriously, Great Possum. I agree. I do think a lot of current Jehovah's Witnesses are watching and looking and will be watching and looking. 91% of consumers go to social media to make offline purchasing decisions. So you know if they're doing that. Yeah, I just got that from those books that we photoed it earlier. So you know if they're doing that, you know that Jehovah's Witnesses are coming here on YouTube channels. Oh, I had to sneeze on that. Oh, excuse me. Wow. I don't know what I just got a whiff of, but it made me sneeze.
Hey, Cat B, honey boo.
You know, JW Suicides, it's true. JW Suicides in the live chat says, Sister Smith keeps you on your toes. Oh, whatever, JW Suicides. Those Gobo girls, they always go back and forth between they're not inspired and then they are inspired and then they're semi-inspired and then they're maybe inspired and then they're perhaps inspired. Shut up, Gobo girls. Get your shit together. Damn. You know, all that drama. Are you inspired or not?
Well, I tell you what, honey child. Honey child, honey child.
All right, Cat B in the live chat says Adams has a lot of input behind the scenes. The lawyers override doctrinal changes if it puts the Watchtower in jeopardy. Many changes are because of legal reasons. The governing body do what the lawyers say. Cat B says in the live chat, it is a business after all. JW Suicides in the live chat says, yep, shameful that doctrines ruled by legal needs. Gobo girls. Cat B in the live chat says this right here. I think the governing body are preparing JWs for some changes that may be confusing. So, hey, we are not inspired. We have made mistakes. Have a hunch.
Oh, honey boo. You know, the organization is run by imperfect men, boo. So don't let imperfect men stop you from serving Jehovah, boo. Isn't that the cookie cutter answer, boo? The potato chip cookie cutter answer, boo? You know what I gotta say about that, boo? I tell you what, boo. I'll tell you what, boo.
You know what? You can say that all day long. Oh, nobody's perfect and every religion has it. And the organization is run by imperfect men. You shouldn't let that stop you from serving Jehovah and coming to the meetings and doing the right thing. You know what? When you're covering up and being part of the enabling process of child sexual abuse, within the Jehovah's Witness organization. I don't want any part of it. I'm not coming to your meetings to help cover it up and pretend and smile that nothing's going on. I'm not going to go out and field service with you and hold hands with you and go door to door with you in this crap. And I'm damn sure not going to keep my mouth shut. I'm going to scream it to the world in a creative, artistic, and bombastic, amazing way, biatch. Okay, you doing the taco thing? Thank you. Yeah, 4 in honor of a waking possum. I just told my chica wika lika rika chihita wahita fajita to bring me back 4 tacos in honor of waking possum for the number 4. 4 tacos. And these tacos are real Mexican tacos, not those stinking Taco Bell tacos, all right? I used to love Taco Bell tacos back in the day, like when I was 21 and I first turned 21. And I was experimenting with alcohol because I was 21, you know, and I came from a restricted environment. So I had like 3 months of like alcohol experimentation. And after going to the clubs and drinking as much as I could, we would have the munchies and stop by Taco Bell, you know, like 3 and 4 in the morning after the club. And, you know, when you have the alcohol munchies, everything tastes good. But I thought those were real tacos back in the day, the Taco Bell tacos. But now, here in California, I've had real Mexican tacos. And it's real beef. It's not that processed stuff, you know. And it's cilantro and onions, but I don't like cilantro and I don't like onions. Well, just like one little cube. But they love to put a lot of onions on these tacos. Wow, do you want some tacos with your onions? Type onions? Yeah, crazy. Anyway, let's take a look at the live chat. JW Suicide says, I never saw the musical Book of Mormon, but I'm now inspired to write a musical on the Go-Go Girls, like Dream Girls, but a lot more sequin dresses. Do it, JW Suicides. You know what? I watched a couple of your videos, JW Suicides, and I believe you've got some jalapeno fire in you, something. I don't know. I mean, you're very calm and cool in your videos and all that, but for some reason, when I watch your videos, I see a red jalapeno pepper. I know you're from Europe, you know, and I know you guys actually get snow in the winter. Here in California in the US, we don't need, well, maybe in the other areas in California, but in LA, we don't get freaking snow. I wish I could get snow. Maybe if we went to the hills, the mountains, but you know, we can still wear shorts and t-shirts in the winter here. Yeah, but yeah. All right, so let's take a look at this right here, what we've got. Waking Possum in the live chat says, well, at least the governing body will have a bunker to hide in from the angry, betrayed great crowd in Wallkill. LOL. Waken, LOL, JW Suicides. And then Cat B says, we, the governing body, make mistakes. Oh, okay, but hey, many of those mistakes have cost the lives of many Jehovah's Witnesses that obey, or else no apology for that of the course of the excuse we are not inspired. Let me tell you something, and I know we all do this. I'm going to put myself out there again for the sake of you, all right? Can I do that? Are you going to allow me to do that? All right, well, here goes nothing. Shit. So, I admit, looking at Jehovah's Witness Facebook profiles that I used to know back in the day that probably shun me and that probably think the worst of me because of the Jehovah thing, I still go to their profiles. I go to their Twitter pages. I mean, and by the way, if you block my profile from Twitter, if you're from my old congregation and you blocked this Bob Smith profile from your Twitter page, do you know that I can still see your Twitter page like while not being logged into Twitter? Like anyone that's not logged into Twitter can still see your tweets because you don't have them set on private. Like if you ever listen to this broadcast, then like you'll be clued in that I've been looking at your Twitter pages forever and a day. Like you thought I couldn't see them because you blocked me on my Twitter name, but like once I logged out, I could still see your Twitter page. Not that not that I really cared all that much. I mean, I like to be annoying. Like I like to remind the Jehovah's Witnesses from back in the day where I'm from about the Australia Royal Commission and all that. I like to remind them of that, and I know that they don't like that and they get perturbed about that, and I chuckle at that. But I really don't care whether you have your Twitter page unlocked or not. You don't really tweet about anything worthwhile anyway. You don't really understand Twitter. Your Jehovah's Witness mentality won't let you understand Twitter. You see, not that you're dumb. It's just that you're imprisoned and you can't understand the reality of what is here and now, which includes Twitter. Yeah, it includes freaking Twitter. Okay, Coca-Cola, Kohler, yeah, E-R, Kohler, Coler. Coca-Cola is taking Twitter serious, okay? GE and freaking McDonald's and Wendy's. They're taking Twitter serious because it's turning into real cash, okay? And what their consumers and target audience and buyers have to say matters because one person can take your whole business down if you screw them up bad enough, and if they're smart enough and if they can do enough on these social media networks, bam, what you did to that person that you thought you could get away with is going to be seen and heard by everyone, including your mama. Okay, so what we're living in right now, social media, the gist of all those books that I photo read earlier, and even Infinity Math, the gist of it is this: we need to start behaving as if our mothers were watching, because they are. And that includes individuals and organizations as well. Yeah, you see. And by the way, if you ever have any medical professional or any kind of clinical medical institution wrong you, the key word to use in any kind of writings or reviews is JCO, the Joint Commission. They are really afraid of that. I'm telling you, you will get some feet tap dancing like uh, Frank Sinatra. JACO, the Joint Commission. Yeah, just FYI. But yeah. But yeah, let's take a look at the live chat. We've got JW Suicides. Says, yep, I'm known to be a hothead, fiery passion, well spotted. Honey boo. Cat B in the live chat says, how can the governing body say they are not inspired, but say they are God's only channel and changes are due to new light? Well, it's all a matter of control, Cat B. It's all a matter of complete control. You see? there are people, and I believe that a large number of people that are in positions of authority within the Jehovah's Witnesses, including the governing body, have had experiences with child abuse. That's my theory, you know, and I'm well aware it is a theory. And anyone that wants to dispute that and say that I'm wrong or whatever, I'm well aware of that, and I'm open to that because it is a theory. Okay, but the reason I have that theory is because whenever you're healthy, you don't have a need to control anyone else but yourself. Your point of power is in your ability to control and manage yourself. You know what I mean? And I'll give you an example. We all have something that we slip up on. We all have a slip up. We all have it. Okay? Whether it's in our body weight, some of us are overweight. A lot of us here in the Western Hemisphere are overweight physically. We eat too much of the wrong things. Okay? We overspend. We spend on the wrong things. Gazingas pens. My Gazingas pens is pens and notebooks and books and office supplies. I can go into an office supply store and lose my freaking mind. Do you hear me? Don't ever, ever. Look, if you want to be my BFF, buy me office supplies. I will love you. Pens, pencils, and not those cheap pens. I'm talking about the real nice ones. Nice pens, nice stationaries, envelopes, Office Max. You want to be my best friend forever? Buy me used books, how-to books from Amazon, law books, law review study guides, Barbary, all of that stuff. You would be my BFF, but that's my Gazingas pin, and I tend to overspend. I've been a lot better than I used to be. I used to I would just lose my mind if I entered a Office Max store or a kind of office supply store. Michael's, I used to, oh wow, yeah. Or Dick Blick's, the art store, yeah. And the weird thing is this, I'm putting myself out there again, I'm being vulnerable, but I want to put myself out there because I suspect that I'm not the only one going through this weird stuff, okay? So, here we go. I bought this huge set of Prismacolor pencils. Now, in the back of my mind, I know I can draw the portraits. I know I can draw these awesome facial portraits of people, and I can put color to it. But for some reason, I still haven't acknowledged the artist within myself enough to use those colored pencils. And I think it's been almost 2 years now. I spent $150 on those things, and I just knew once they came here, I was going to use them that same day. And it's been 2 years since. Isn't that freaking insane? Stuff out there. Am I weird or what? Am I weird, YouTube? Am I weird, Jehovah? Am I weird, Jehovah's Witnesses? Am I weird, Jehovah's ex-Jehovah's Witnesses? Yeah, boo, you're weird, honey. You are really weird, boo. I'm gonna kick you in your booty, boo. Get out of here, boo. I want to Jehovah rise this channel, boo. So, honey, Awaken Possum says, Bob, what are your thoughts on Freemason link that I have heard about, boo? The Freemason link? I don't know. What Freemason link are you talking about? Did you email me your Freemason link? Cat B in the live chat says, I don't do Twitter. Very true. Control is key, typical of cults. Wonder if any of the governing body have been victims of child rape or pedophiles themselves. Wake and Possum in the live chat says, new outfits for Jehovah Dog. You like to? And JW Suicide says, no, not weird. All right, let's address the first one, Cat B. She says she doesn't do Twitter, and the control is key of typical cults. Now, you know, Twitter, a lot of people haven't done Twitter, but then I've noticed, at least from the area I'm from, I've noticed a lot of the Jehovah's Witnesses from that area sign up for Twitter after or around the Donald Trump election. And you know, the president uses Twitter a lot. So perhaps maybe a lot of witnesses who are secretly political have signed up for Twitter lately and are interested in Twitter, even though they don't understand it. It's hard for the Jehovah's Witness mentality to get Twitter. You know, it's hard for everyday people who might be familiar with Facebook or with Google or Yahoo to get Twitter, right? Twitter is a whole different universe. Twitter, you have to, Twitter, it's limited to 140 characters to tweet. So you're not going to be writing a lot. It's kind of like the mishmash between Facebook, where you can write a lot of text, and Instagram, where you just have, or Pinterest. I hope I'm saying that right. Pinterest, where you have a lot of just visuals. Okay, so you have this idea of a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So you have social media platforms that are all about the pictures, all about the images, and then you have social media platforms that allow you to have a lot of text and pictures and everything like Facebook and everything in between. And all of these social media platforms are different universes. They require you to have a different mindset. So it's like stepping into a different dimension. Yes. And the Jehovah's Witness mindset doesn't wrap well around that, because they only have one concept of reality, one dimension. Yeah, that's it. Jehovah's Witnesses only have one dimension, right? That's it. Jehovah's Witnesses only have one dimension. They only have one leg to stand on. There you go. Waking Possum says the pyramid over Russell's grave and Freemason columns, and Freemason call their meeting places halls. Stuff like that. Yeah, I heard that too. Freemasons call their services and their meetings halls. Kingdom halls. And my cat Dev, he's right here behind the laptop. He's chilling. I love this cat. This cat is super intelligent. But he bugs me a lot because he's so intelligent. He loves attention and he wants it all the time. He knows how to open cabinets and doors. Yeah, he keeps you on your toes for sure. All right, so JW Suicide says in the live chat, I use Twitter for full-time campaign work. In UK, great for direct interaction with politicians and national media. Yes, and that's what I read in all of these social media books. That Twitter was actually very useful in linking you and hooking you up with news media, newspapers, TV stations. You know what I'm talking about? News stations. Look, you might be Jane Doe or John Doe. Okay? You might have just vacuumed carpets all your damn life and Jehovah Rised and all that. But for some reason you're pretty good with words. I mean, you're not Shakespeare, okay? But you're you. Well, you can take your hindquarters over there to Twitter and tweet to Chicago Sun. And Chicago Sun will pick your stuff up, baby. Yes. Yes! I'm telling you the truth. Look, you're still sitting there thinking, oh, I have to go to college, Drew. I have to have a degree. And I have to do this and I have to do that and I have to do all of this that I can't never do that I'll never do. So I'll never be able to get nobody's attention. And I'm letting you know, you're delusional. You got no clue. All right, if you're tuning in, I want to thank you for tuning in. Thanks for listening. You know, we're talking about social media and how it affects Jehovah's Witnesses and ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, the Watchtower, jw.org, and even non-Jehovah's Witnesses. Hey, this social media thing is pervasive. It's ubiquitous. Yeah, look it up. UBIQUITIOUS. Oh, ubiquitous. Ubiquitous, honey boo. Social media is ubiquitous, boo. It is pervasive. Boo. And if you're a Jehovah's Witness and you don't know those words from the child, well, boo, you better support your public library and get that word smart, boo. Go and get that word smart, boo. Word smart dictionary, boo. And by the way, boo, we drinking far out IPA, West Coast style, Indian Pale Ale, boo. Bootleggers Brewer, boo. I have to say, the label on this beer is really, really nice. It's kind of like psychedelic, and it has a VW, a split screen VW on top of that. Those are my favorite. The 1969 split screen VWs. The water cooled engines. I'm talking about the overhauled ones. The ones that are like rigged into the chassis. Yeah, like where they take the engine of one VW and like transfer it, Yeah, like an engine transfer. Yeah, that's really cool. Hey, by the way, YouTube is really cool for learning all kinds of new skills. Wouldn't you say? What are you meowing at, Kit Kat? All right, my cat is meowing at me. Hmm? So my cat's been chilling back here behind the computer. He has never bothered the other cats. I have three cats here, and he's never really bothered the other cats over food, but he has bothered them over attention. He wants all the attention to himself. And he's a very intelligent cat. He knows how to open doors. He knows how to open cabinets. Let's see. He's very athletic. We play a cat basketball game. So what I do is I make a basketball hoop out of cardboard boxes, and I ball up aluminum foil into balls, basketballs, cat basketballs, and he sits or stands next to the hoop, and he whacks the ball away from the hoop as I try to toss it into the hoop, and I have a certain distance that gives me a challenge, and he stands by the hoop, and it's a 50-50. A lot of times he whacks it right on out of there, and a lot of times I get in the hoops. But we have a good time together. It's really a lot of fun. And after we're done, he gets some catnip. Yeah, 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 like that. And he gets some treats, some cat party treats. And then he also likes to cuddle, and he likes to dance. So I'll play some music, and I'll grab him. He'll chill in my arms and we'll just dance together to the music. And he loves music. So he's a very supportive cat, very cool cat. The other two, they're orange tabbies. They're also very cool. Coco, she loves it when I play the bass. She likes to hang out when she hears me play the bass. And Tig, he's a very mellow cat. He just likes everything. He's cool with everything. He's one of those kind of cats that he hardly ever meows. He hardly ever gives me any drama. He's just a cool cat. But they're all wonderful cats. Then we have a couple of homeless cats outside. We have Louie out there. His owner, his daddy, died a few years ago of cancer. And when that guy's family came to get his stuff from the apartment, they deserted the cat. They tossed the cat out and left it to its own self. And so we started feeding the cat, and of course, we knew his name was Louis. So we have been feeding him, and we pulled together some of the neighbors. We pulled together our monies to give him a cat shelter, cat igloo. It's a weather resistant and insulated cat igloo type thing. We're going to pull our monies together to give him vaccinations, update the vaccinations, and microchip him. But yeah, and then there's another one we've called Howl. He is, okay, let me take a minute to describe him. He has a very, very interesting face. When I look at his face, I know it's a juvenile cat, but his face looks like an old wise wizard. And he doesn't meow, he howls. So my girlfriend's called him Howl. And this particular cat has taken a special affinity for her. She feeds him, and he looks at her when he howls at her. He has a certain kind of cat communication, and it's kind of, let me try to mimic how he does. It's a very low pitched, something like that. And he sits off at a distance, but you can always, somehow I can always know which direction where he's at. And he'll howl and he'll stare at you. And so yeah, so we have a couple of strays and a couple of homeless cats. I have a soft heart for animals and for cats. Always have, ever since I was a little kid. If there was a stray cat anywhere, it was coming home with me. I didn't care if I got in trouble. I did not care. That cat was coming home with me. I was going to give it food and a place to stay and love. And so there's that. All right, enough about the cats. Let's see what the live chat has for us tonight. All right, so we've got Cat B. Let's see. Let me scroll up a bit. Let me scroll. Oh, wow. Wow, the live chat has been scrolling by. I've missed a lot here. Waken Possum, the pyramid over Russell's grave, and Freemason columns, and Freemason call their meeting places halls. Okay, we did that one already. Cat B. I really think that most of the governing body are mentally ill. They are the front men on Jehovah'sWitness.org, JW.org, for the bigwigs working behind. That is my thought. I think they are too, especially Stephen Lett. He looks like a clown. Stephen Lett looks like a freaking clown. Cat B says, I just write to the politicians personally. I do too. I've been tweeting the governors and senators. They don't ever tweet back to me yet. They're probably like, who the hell is this person tweeting to me? about the Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't care about the Jehovah's Witnesses. This isn't going to help me get elected. This isn't going to help me get reelected. Screw you, whoever you are. Get out of my face about Jehovah's Witnesses. But I bet you would care if it helped you get elected. You'd be all up on me. You'd be like, oh, you have stuff about Jehovah's Witnesses? Oh, that's going to help me get elected. Let me talk to you some more. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just being goofy. Who knows? Who knows why people do what they do. But anyway, I'm not going to stop tweeting to them. I'm going to keep tweeting to them forever. So there's that. Stop that right meow. What is Waking Possum talking about? Waking Possum in the live chat says flash mobs in Kingdom Halls or conventions. JW Suicide says in the live chat, the thing is, on Twitter, it puts them on the spot as everything in the public is in the public domain. Yup. That's why that elder deleted his profile, everyone. Because we tweeted to him and we put him on the spot. Look, you think you're better than the rest of the world because you're a Jehovah's Witness? Well, part of being a Jehovah's Witness is to adhere to the two-witness rule, demanding victims of child sexual abuse to produce 2 adult eyewitnesses. And then you don't even report to police. So you want to go from door to door and you want to tell people to go to jw.org and give them only a selected piece of Jehovah's Witnesses, when you know damn well there's more. Your elders manual, your elders shepherd the flock manual. You want to keep that secret? Not in this day and age. I have it before you do. Not only do I have it before you do, but I've made sure your neighbors have it before you do. How you love that? I've made sure your employees and your business associates have it before you do. How you love that? Yeah, this is the day and age you're living in. You want to scream persecution? Go ahead. You want to pretend it's Armageddon? Go ahead. But tomorrow you're still going to wake up with the same issues. We are not going to go away. This isn't going to go away. Tomorrow you're still going to wake up with the same shit. JW.org, Watchtower, Jehovah's Witnesses, Gobo Girls, governing body. They're going to leave you holding the bag. You want to go ahead and do that? Go ahead. It's not going to change anything from what's about to go down and what has been going down and what's going to continue to go down. It's not going to change a damn thing. So what? You want to be part of the sacrificial lambs? Go ahead. Lay your ass across the fire. Nobody's going to care, nor are they going to remember who you are anyway. You're going to be burned into oblivion. So you want to be stupid and remain in denial and narcissistic? Go ahead. Hey, narcissists are not evolutionary. What did Darwin say about narcissism? It's all about cooperation, see? That's what helps the species to survive now in the day and time we're in. And narcissists don't fit into that because they're all self-serving. So self-destruction is encapsulated into your mentality. So continue to do things as you have been. Hey, you want to be stubborn and do your thing? You're just going to destroy yourself. We're just going to sit back and eat our popcorn. All right. What happened to the music? I don't know what happened to the music. I know, the cat's like, what happened to the music? I know, Dad. Okay, hold on. Okay, here you go. All right. Hey, Debbie dear, honey boo. What kind of Kit Kat are you, honey boo? What kind of Kit Kat are you, honey boo? What kind of cat are you, honey boo? Everybody has to dancing with the bill. And you know that you are so feel it so. And you know you're just the best of the control. All right, so let's check in with the live chat. We've got JW Suicide. We've got Waking Possum. Cat B. Did we lose a couple of people? No. We've got Foreman Big Boss. Gary Kunkel. Mia T. And we've got 6 viewers. All right, let's do this. Live with Sista Billie Bertha and company. Okay, honey boo. Okay, we've got Denise Hedberg. Denise Hedberg. Let's see. Oh, I need to scroll back. Yes, JW Suicide. They left Louis the cat. And he's a black cat. So some people are superstitious. I love black cats. But some people are ignorant. They think black cats are evil or something. Cat B in the live chat says, I have 4 cats, 2 females, 2 males. The males want more attention than the females. The females, however, really put the males in their place. Oh, that is too funny. Cat B says in the live chat, males seem to be in need from humans than the females. They are more resilient. JW Suicide says, I have 1 cat, traumatized from a shelter, now completely at home. You know what? Yeah, I have 1 cat, one of the tabbies. She's very shy. Wow, it took about 4 or 5 years of patient work with her. Her name is Coco. And, when we first got her, she wasn't used to human touch because the guy we got her from, he had a heart for cats, and he fed a lot of strays. I think he had 50 or 60 strays, and they had kittens, and he was just trying to find homes for all these cats. And so Coco and Tig Tig, they were twins, 2 little orange tabbies, and I took them. I thought Tig Tig was a male, but it turned out to be 2 females instead of a male and a female. But so I took them both, and Tig Tig was a lot more social. I could, he would come on my lap, and he would purr and I would pet him and we'd hang out. But Coco would hide under the bed, or she would hide under furniture. She was totally wild, I think. She was not used to human touch. Or maybe she was just a very sensitive. I think also her personality is a very sensitive cat. She's just, some cats are more sensitive and require a lot more patience. So what I would do with her, I would focus in on her, and I would work with her to try and get her more social and get her more used to being on my lap and being cuddled to where I could pick her up. And I started with treats, her favorite treats. There were some treats that she would just go berserk over. So what I would do was that every time I would, like for half a second, I would wrap my arms around her for like a split second, gently wrap my arms around her, and then leave her, unhug her to where she's free to run off wherever, and she would run off, and then I would give her a treat to anchor a pleasurable experience with being held by me. And so after about 3 or 4 times, she caught on real quick. She didn't run away as fast. She would still run away, but she wouldn't run away as fast. And then when she ran away, she would stand in the corner and kind of look back at me with her tail twirling a certain way, in a playful way. So I would keep doing that with her, and then after about a month or two, I would slowly work up to maybe a second or two holding her, just a little bit longer. And of course, by then, she wasn't trying to run away as fast, until finally she kind of just would stand on my lap a little bit before she ran away. She would stand there for a few seconds before she ran off. And then after a while, she wouldn't run off anymore. And after a while, now she'll just jump my lap. Like, she'll even startle me. I'll be chilling, I might be working on something, and all of a sudden she's pounced on my lap out of nowhere. And I cannot get rid of her. I need some space, and her claws are on my legs. So yeah, but it took about 4 or 5 years. It takes some time. You got to have some patience and some love and humility. Lots of humility and compassion, and you got to detach from what you want, because it's not about you, it's about the cat. The cat, it's about the cat, and it's really great. Cats will teach you humility, So that's a great thing. All right, let's take a look at the live chat. We have Denise Hedberg and Cat B, JW Suicides. All right, Denise Hedberg says good night, everyone. All right, good night, Denise. Thanks for stopping by. JW Suicide says those cat meows are so cute. Cat B says one of my cats used to rip up any Watchtower literature. He's an apostate, so proud of him. That was a smart cat. Honey, that is a smart cat, honey, boo, ripping up apostate literature, boo. Yup, and JW Suicide says, it's lovely seeing the cats grow into what they could be. A bit like Escape JWs. What? What are you talking about, JW Suicides? Cat B, how come your cat ripped up the Jehovah Witness literature? That is crazy. Cats are quirky, but they're very smart. I'm telling you, I've had some really cool experiences with my cats. Paranormal too, by the way. I'm serious. My cats are psychic. They know they know stuff. I'm telling you, cats, they have a way of knowing things. You know that? I'm telling you. Yeah, Denise Hedberg, she really has some great videos. If you need to look up Denise Hedberg 66 on YouTube, she has some really great resources on her videos, and and she's really a great person to follow and subscribe. So check out Denise Hedberg 66 on YouTube. But you know, I want to thank you for tuning in. We've got 5 viewers right now in the live chat. The active people. We've got Cat B. We've got Waking Possum. We've got JW Suicides. And we all have a need to connect with each other. We all have a need for support, and we have a need to support each other. And I want to let you know that I appreciate you tuning in, and I support you. You're worthy just as you are. Whether you're a Jehovah's Witness or an ex-Jehovah's Witness. Hey, if you're tuning in from the Kingdom Hall right about now, from your device, it's all good. There is a space for you as you are. There's a space for you to develop and grow. Those hobbies that you've always wanted. Maybe you've wanted to learn how to play guitar, or you've wanted to travel, and you wanted to go to university or college. You can do all those things. And yes, it's hard waking up. It's hard realizing that everything you believe to be true, everything that you believe to be reality, is false. It turns your world upside down. But you're not alone here. We're here for you. And yes, it's scary, but you've got support. And you're going to be all right. You're going to come outside of this on the other side a much stronger, a much more resilient person. You're going to learn new aspects of yourself that are so amazing that are going to blow your mind and everyone else's mind around you. Okay, Cat B says, I agree they are paranormal. Waking Possum in the live chat says, Denise, nice chatting. JW Suicide says Denise is also very kind and supportive to us and other channels. Yes. See, that's what it's all about, being supportive to other people. Cat B says, Denise is a great communicator, caring and passionate. Great support. We used to think it was something wrong about ourselves, but we all go through the same thing once finding truth about the truth. TATT. Yes. Does the truth evolve? Does it evolve beyond jw.org? When you're talking about infinity, infinity evolves beyond the current framework. So does the reality and truth about reality, does it evolve? Does it grow and expand? Yeah. No, Cat B, I remember feeling really guilty about wanting to play piano. I felt like I was serving the devil because I wanted to go to a special magnet high school that specialized in performing arts, like playing piano. And I would be ashamed to look at anyone's face or anyone's eyes. I would look down. I would hunch down. I would round my shoulders because I felt so guilty for wanting to play piano. Piano. People would look at me and they'd be like, "What's wrong with you? Why do you keep looking down? Are you okay? You look like you feel ashamed." And I go, "Yes, I'm ashamed of wanting to play piano because it's from the devil, it's worldly." So you're made to feel this perpetual guilt and shame and fear and obligation within the Jehovah's Witnesses. And it's really unnecessary, you know. It really is. You don't have to feel that, you know. If you learn a little bit about psychology, and you don't have to be a psychology major. You don't have to be a psychiatrist, a counselor or anything. But just googling a couple of sites. You know what's a good site? It's called Psychology Today and HelpGuide.org. Those are two really good sites. Okay. Think of it as like a mental workout, except it's about mental health and you're avoiding mental illness. All right, let's take a look at Wake and Possum in the live chat says difference between growing and mutating. Isn't that what the Psalms were wrote for? Where does the governing body come up with these rules? I think they just make the rules depending on their need for money. I think it's all money now. I mean, they didn't even want to show up for the Australian Royal Commission, but they showed up for Russia. Mark Sanders, whoever he is, you know. Jehovah's Witnesses, you guys are a train wreck. It's going to take a minute, and it's been already in effect. It's not going to come like a big storm, like a big Armageddon falling out of the sky. It's going to be so gradual, we all take it for granted. And by the time we look back, we're going to be blown away. But then it will already have been concluded and resolved. But we're in the midst of it now, we're making history. You and I, we're making history here. Even if it's just one other viewer. Social media is a whole different phenomenon. It's something that we haven't really understood yet. We haven't really understood it. I mean, the first time I had 20 viewers on my channel, I know that doesn't seem like a lot of viewers compared to other YouTube channels that have millions and whatever. But to me, it was a big deal because my book study, on a good night, we might have had 7 to 10 people. On like an awesome night, we might have had 15. Our memorials, when they were packed, like to the point where people were standing up against the wall because there weren't enough seats, we might have had 120, 150 people. So if you have like 300 to 500 subscribers, that's like a handful of congregations. And once again, it might not be a lot compared to other YouTubers, but wow, to someone who would have never had a voice, that's a lot. So what I'm letting you know is whatever you're doing, it counts. Don't underestimate yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't know who's going to pick up what you've got to say in the future and how they're going to do it. You might spark some ideas to someone who's a hub for thousands of people. They might not ever tell anyone, but you were that key person because they listened to something you put out there. So yeah. And if you're a Jehovah's Witness, you're listening, you feel trapped, there's a lot of love out here for you. At least from me. I know that there's some ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that hate all Jehovah's Witnesses, but I'm not one of those. I know that there are people that need to stay in the Jehovah's Witness organization for family. You need to stay in it for your family so you can be with your family. Maybe you have children, and those things are always complicated, because you want to be with your children. You don't want to be in a custody battle. And then some people are embroiled in a custody battle, and those things are terrible. So, understood, as long as you understand where I'm coming from. Because I'm out here doing it myself. I haven't had no family support, and it's been so long now that I'm okay with it. I'm no longer crying over this shit. I'm no longer sad over it. I have my moments, sure. There's ups and downs. But overall, I'm pretty cool with it because there's an advantage to it. You don't have the pressures and the influence of a group of people called family or church that have expectations on you and your behavior and how you lead your life and your thoughts and how you see things, your reality. All that influences you on a certain level. And you don't have that when you're out on your own. It can be scary. It can be very scary because it's just you. You're out here in a universe where it's just you, and whatever you're experiencing, you're responsible and accountable to yourself. And that is very, very scary because most people want to reach for mommy and daddy of some sort, whether it's mommy God, Mother Mary, or Father God, or Father Pastor, Father, right? The titles, Father, Elder, and they're going to make these decisions for you. And then when it's time to pay the consequences, you'll say, well, I only followed what they told me to do. No, you're going to suffer the consequences. And ignorance is no excuse. Selective ignorance and selective amnesia is no excuse. But you're going to say, but I only followed what they told me to. Yeah, that's what Nazis said too. They said, well, we only followed what we were told to do. Yeah, but you killed people. You gassed them. You covered up child abuse. You aided and abetted. All right. We've got Cat B in the live chat saying great support. We used to think it was something wrong about ourselves, but we all go through the same thing once finding the truth about the truth. Hey, Cat. All right, we read that before. All right. Waking Possum in the live chat says, don't know how to feel. Relieved to know that Tat angry for so much wasted time. You could have been happier. Takes a lot of drops to make an ocean, but there's still just one drop on top of another. Makes a tidal wave. Yeah, Waking Possum, I know about that wasted time. I know about that wasted time, you know. Somehow I feel that we can change that, we can transmute that in some kind of way. I don't have all the details worked out yet, but I do have that idea, you know, in a creative way. You can work that into your intention in some kind of way, no matter what you do, you know. There is a metaphorical way of perceiving reality where you start to become aware of coincidences, where there's a flow and momentum. You know, I tell you what, sometimes there's a flow that I can jumpstart in a unique way, and I'll be amazed. I'll be so amazed at the quote unquote coincidences that happen to further that flow, that path. You know, and you know what I'm talking about, right? Flow, mojo, chill, cat. What is it? Huh? What is it, cat? What is it, Dad? Hmm? Chill. All right, so this is my cat here, Dad. He's got a lot to say. What is it, Kit Kat? What is it, Kit Kat? All right, if you're tuning in, I want to thank you for listening. We've got 3 viewers right about now. 3 viewers. Appreciate you tuning in the live chat. We've got Cat B, Waking Possum, and JW Suicides. Denise Edberg, 66. Oh, wait, she signed off earlier. Yeah. So, yeah, we're talking about social media. We're talking about. Watch out, cat. Hold on, Kit Kat. Come here, Kit Kat. What are you doing, Kit Kat? You better not bite me. Ow! Hold on, cat. Ow! This cat's being very intense. Right? Ow! Your claws hurt. Ah, he's licking my forehead. Ah! The cat tongue. You know the cat tongue? The prickly cat tongue. Yeah. Hey, Kit Kat. What kind of Kit Kat are you, honey boo? What kind of Kit Kat are you, honey boo? I said, what kind of Kit Kat are you, honey child? Yeah, honey boo. Honey boo, honey boo. What kind of Kit Kat are you, honey boo? Big old cat, weighing heavy. Oh, heavy cat, weighing 15 pounds, boo. Big old black, jet black cat, boo. All right. He is heavy. He weighs like 15, 20 pounds for real. So let me tell you the story about this cat. One day I woke up. My favorite color is black. I woke up and I said to myself, I want to go to the local animal shelter, and if I find a black male cat, I'm going to take it home. A black male kitten. And sure enough, the first cat I laid eyes on, I couldn't help but lay eyes on him because before I opened the door, I heard this meow, 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 meow. A very loud, constant meow. And as soon as I opened the door to the cat section of the animal shelter, I saw this cat and he looked me right in the eye. He didn't look in my direction. He looked me right in the eye like a person and he was meowing his head off. So I just had to see him. He was black. And I said, "Is this a male cat?" And they said, "Yes." And as soon I said, "Can I see him?" And so they opened up the cage door. And as soon as I touched him, he began to purr. And I hadn't even seen any of the other cats, but I immediately said, I'm taking this one home because I saw some people behind me in my peripheral vision that were looking in that direction, and I felt like they were like looking at this little black cat, like they would probably adopt him. I felt that in my gut, so I called it out first, and I said, I'm taking this little cat. So the other attendant got him, and I looked around briefly, but I didn't see any other cats that were there. Really, it was pretty much empty. And then this little cat here, I had to wait till the weekend because they hadn't neutered him yet. So I had to wait till Monday to pick him up. And all weekend I was so excited about this little cat. I kept seeing his face in my dreams, and I kept hearing mentally, I kept hearing his meow, and I just couldn't wait to bring him home. And when I got him home, this cat was everywhere. He was climbing curtains. He was, I was like, what have I done to myself? My life is going to change. I knew my life was going to change. He just meowed and meowed and meowed, and wow, he would jump on my face in the mornings. His long hind legs would just jump right in my freaking throat. But I couldn't be mad at him. I love this little cat. And then it seemed like he was a little kitten for like 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden he was an adult. A heavy, big, like a black panther. He's like a black panther. And then sometimes when he looks at me, it's like a person looking at me. It's like this old, wise man looking at me. Like, what are you looking at me for? You know, it's like he's looking at me saying that to me. What are you looking at me for? But yeah, I love that cat. He's very smart. He he's made me laugh so many times. He's a great cat. All my cats are great. I love them. They're wonderful cats. All right, so let's take a look at the live chat here. Wake a Possum. Let's see what Wake a Possum's got to say. Wake a Possum in the live chat says takes a lot of drops to make an ocean, but there's still one drop on top of another that makes a tidal wave. Okay. JW Suicide says cats, even the orphan ones, choose us. I do believe that. I do believe that. That Louis cat, the one that eats, that's orphaned, that we feed, he doesn't eat the food right away. A lot of times he'll like meow and he'll want us to pet him before he eats. He'll want to greet us. So I appreciate that about him. He's a really cool cat. Waking Possum says in the live chat, keep a fluorescent collar on my black cat, Heidi, so I don't step on her. Jekyll slash Heidi, that is. Love black cats. They scare others away. Yeah, and then Louis is a black cat too. So there's two male black cats here. One is our inside cat, Deb, and then Louis the stray. Yeah, Louis the stray cat. Yeah, well, I've always had a big heart for cats, you know. Cats are great. Well, I want to cover a couple more things on this Beyond Infinity. The book here, I think it's an important book in some way, I guess. I don't know. I like math, I like numbers in some way. And I think that any kind of time spent learning or investigating in math and numbers is time well spent. So I guess the bottom line of this book, Beyond Infinity, An Expedition to the Outer Limits of Mathematics by Eugenia Chang. It's all about balancing the polar opposites, differences. You know, infinity is all about being small enough to fit into the smallest crevice that you can imagine, while being big enough to fit into the biggest concept that you can imagine. Or, like they say, making an infinite amount of cookies with a finite amount of dough. So, having said that, I'm going to leave you with that tonight. I thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you watching and viewing. I appreciate all of the live chat. Waking Possum, JW Suicides, Cat V. I appreciate all the other ones that tuned in earlier. Denise Hedberg, 411 Big Boss. Did we mention JW Suicides? All the great folks. Mia T, Gary Kunkel, and everyone that is tuning in now and that will tune in into the future. Love ya. Appreciate it. Thank you. And we're here for you. Yeah, honey boo. Love you, honey boo. Love you, honey boo. Thanks for tuning in, honey boo. Love you, honey boo.